Morning.
I was trying to figure out what you were doing in the background.
Oh, sorry, I was in the kitchen. My dogs were drinking water, and I'm trying to make breakfast.
Well, let's just pretend we didn't start. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, whatever you are. Welcome to this final day, hopefully in Tennessee versus Robin Howington. Today will be closing statements and the verdict watch. Doing the verdict watch, which I've been wrong before. I'm mostly always wrong. I don't think will last that long, hopefully because I have a party tonight. But doing the verdict watch, we will watch Kayla Montgomery's parole board hearing. And Jamie?
Baker, I think your mic needs to be fixed. Everybody's yelling at you.
Everyone is always yelling at me. Is it better now?
Yeah, there we go.
I have sad news, Jamie.
What?
I know you run this JNN as a tight ship, but there have been complaints.
And what are the complaints?
My insensitive commentary.
Oh. You are a bit insensitive.
I'm not sure if it was the Scottish or the Nigerian accent. But to that one person who 4 days after I put the stream up chose to go in, watch it, and say, "There's no need for this channel." I agree. Or as my friend would say, "I agree. There is no need for this channel and his stupid accents."
That's what it was.
Thank you for the constructive criticism. And talking about constructive, hey, Christine, and Iris, and Doc Daddy. Sebastian Müller is back. Sophia Starlin is back too. Oh, it's so good to see all of you. Then there's Lefty.
Mm-hmm.
Christy is here. Tootly Pip. Yeah, Iris is everywhere. And Reindeer. Talk about being everywhere.
Hey, Reindeer.
And Whiskey 77.
Whiskey.
Who's coming in like a wrecking ball?
Oh my God.
Enjoy your time off. Everyone wants its tongue sticking out. Come on, guys. What? What? Hey, Wendy, you.
Hey, guys.
I wasn't late. The other part? Maybe. Name a woman that doesn't appreciate it. Nope. Hey, Stacy. My intro is a minute long, so I was on time. Yo, yo. Hey, Rolling Stone. Of course I'm Lutheran. The superior one. Talking about being superior. The giver of Glasgow kisses, Julie herself, is here.
Aww.
And you can't have a little salt without some sugar. So, of course, Danielle is right behind her.
Hi, Danielle.
Hey, little D. Cindy Lou, woohoo, and Zach. Oh, Zach's more interested in saying hey to little D than to us. We see how it is.
Morning, Zach.
Medita and Irish. And Sue, Peter A. Erin, all the people. Yeah, we fixed it. Vilu, my Finnish teacher. We had very split opinions about her testimony. Some people thought it was helping her. Some people, me, thought she came off disingenuous. And some people were a little bit, we might not have liked the last 30 minutes of the defense cross-examination. But I think everyone agreed she went a little bit too hard in the end. Buenos dias. Hey, saucy southerner, and Panilla.
Hey, Vanilla.
Well, I have to, when I get criticized, I told the person I will reflect over this. Angie McLaren. Have you seen that name before?
Looks new to me.
Welcome, Angie. She was giving off
Welcome.
Amber Heard, Letitia Steichwald. No tears seems very rehearsed and fake. I agree. Her emotional scale was wrong.
I think parts of it were like when she just like, I feel like what was the phrase she kept saying? I was just trying to protect my child or whatever.
Yeah.
A couple of those things, like it felt like this is where I'm going. If that's all I'm gonna say, that's what I feel like. That's what she wanted to say up there. So that part to me seemed.
Yeah, that seems weird that she kept. I was just trying to protect my child.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris. Oh, good night, Chris. She's in Australia.
Hey, Chris.
Happy International Women's Day. Yeah, the rest of the 364 days we still own. Hail the patriarchy.
All right.
I shouldn't say stuff.
All
like
right,
that.
there
That's
has
why we
been,
get
Ms.
people.
Howington, come forward, please. If you're here for the regular docket, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to finish up this trial. We're getting ready to start final argument here in a few minutes. So the regular docket will convene approximately 11 o'clock or so. The court's instructions on the law are not very long, but it will take me a few minutes to read through
British
those after the
Columbia?
parties argue their case.
I think.
Now,
Cool. Hey, Russian.
did you copy Mr. Whalen with your request?
I've been busy this morning.
The state's requesting that the court instruct on criminal responsibility. Is it the state's position that Ms. Howington is responsible for the, under the criminal responsibility statute and pattern instruction, for the actions of Callie or Gavin? Is that what?
It could be both.
Hey, Ralphie.
The state has indicted for neglect, which results in serious bodily injury, i.e. death. So how is Gavin neglecting his sister?
I'm not talking about the neglect count, Your Honor. I'm talking about the felony murder count. And whenever you look at the language of the felony murder count, it says the defendant or one for whom the defendant is criminally responsible unlawfully killed Destiny Oliver. And so whenever I'm talking about criminal responsibility, I'm talking about the person who pulls the trigger and literally shoots the child. I'm not talking about under neglect. I'm talking about the actual person pulling the trigger.
All right, which version of criminal responsibility are you suggesting is appropriate?
I think under what the defense put forward and what the state's put forward in this case.
Language out of the instruction, which of these are you saying fits that?
I think the first one and the third one.
I can't do both.
Yeah.
It's error. The Supreme Court case says it's error for me to charge more than one. Can't charge all of them.
So the case that we have that we'd like for the court to look at is State versus James Lummox, and that talks about separate theories of guilt. And in that case, it says unanimity is never required more than a general verdict in a case where only one offense is at issue based on a single criminal occurrence. Where a jury is unanimous regarding a
They did test GSR, but they didn't really find anything other than on her clothes, but it could be a transfer. So it proves nothing, kind of, is what I got from it yesterday.
Well, they couldn't say where it came from, if it was from a gun being, or a pew being shot, or just like her touching things. So, because she did touch the gun, so.
Yeah, and she did touch the child.
And the child.
So. So it could be a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Hey, Nisha.
And hey, Haley. I've missed you.
Oh, by the way, do you know what day it is tomorrow, Jamie?
It's Stabber Day.
Do you know who might be on as a angel tomorrow, Jamie?
Who might it be?
Your favorite character from The Simpsons?
And who would that be?
The one who Lisa choosed.
Oh, Ralphie! Oh, I didn't get the joke. Oops.
Ralphie said she would do a stab your day with us tomorrow, so I'm gonna invite her.
Defendant's guilt on a single offense arising from a single occurrence, the presence of multiple theories poses no issue. And so I think that the court can, in this case, given the litany of things that the defendant has said in this case, put forward more than one of those in the instructions.
But your predicate felony is aggravated
That's
child neglect,
absolutely correct, Your Honor.
which means that there has to be someone else responsible for the neglect.
And
the
I'm
result of
and
neglect.
I'm talking about two different things, Your Honor. So whenever we're talking, I'm not asking for
brother's
the court
coming
to talk
to see
about
this.
criminal responsibility
Okay.
with respect to the neglect in this case. But whenever,
But that's what you've indicted.
Your Honor, I'm talking about the felony murder count in this case. Felony murder has two elements. The first element is that the defendant or someone for whom the defendant is criminally responsible killed Destiny. So for the first element, that's the only thing that I'm talking about here. I'm not talking about the
If
second
you-
count where we get into aggravated child abuse. I'm talking about the
Aggravated
first,
child neglect.
I'm talking about the first element of this offense.
I'm not, you and I are just not communicating this morning. In order to prove felony murder, you have to prove the predicate felony, in this instance, aggravated child neglect, and that during the commission of that predicate felony, death resulted
Right.
as a proximate result of conduct, i.e. the bank robber goes in and during the course of the bank robbery, somebody gets shot and killed. That's felony murder all day long. You don't have to prove that anybody intended to kill anybody.
And that's the second. Can we pull up the projector so I can show the court what I'm talking about?
It's on.
I love this judge. I love him. He is not letting them get away with anything.
Had you indicted her for, in addition, for a count for aggravated child neglect, had you indicted her for aggravated child abuse, I think you would have a much more compelling argument. But you just indicted her for the neglect.
There are three elements to felony murder that the state has charged in this case. The first element is that the defendant or one for whom the defendant is criminally responsible unlawfully killed Destiny Oliver. That's the first element. That's the only thing I'm talking about. The second one, the killing was committed in the perpetration of or the attempt to perpetrate the alleged aggravated child neglect. That is, that the killing was closely connected to the alleged aggravated child neglect and was not a separate, distinct, and independent event. I think we're talking about two different things. I am asking for instruction about criminal responsibility because of the first element that the state has to prove in that case, which is that Destiny Oliver was unlawfully killed. And that's why we
During
need this
perpetration of
instruction.
aggravated child neglect.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
What was
I'll
that
just
tone from
reiterate, you and I are not communicating. Let me give you this hypothetical. Let's assume you had indicted Ms. Howington for aggravated child abuse in addition to aggravated child neglect. All right, the abuse, to prove aggravated child abuse, you would have to prove that the defendant or one for whom the defendant is criminally responsible knowingly abused, and I'm paraphrasing the language of the statute, knowingly abused a child less than 8 years of age, which resulted in serious bodily injury or death. Well, obviously, if the proof doesn't support that Ms. Howington personally pulled the trigger, the argument would then be, well, ladies and gentlemen, she is criminally responsible for Callie or for, if the facts support that, or for Gavin's actions, which resulted in serious bodily injury and death. But you've indicted for neglect. You've indicted to say that she is criminally responsible, or excuse me, that her conduct, her negligent conduct resulted in the death of this child.
But her negligent conduct can be.
How is Gavin responsible for her negligent conduct? That's what I'm asking.
I'm not saying that Gavin is responsible for her negligent conduct. When the court.
Maybe don't laugh at the judge when you say Gavin. But Lefty came out swinging with 5 gifted memberships to Mermaid Mary, Angie McLaren, Lauren Watson, Nikki Tial, and Keely Burke. Thank you so much, Lefty.
Then how is criminal responsibility
Because
applicable?
when you look at criminal responsibility, it talks about somebody, give me just a second, let me pull up the exact language.
Yeah, doesn't know her argument. That's the problem.
Do you know what TPI that is?
301.
Like the judge clearly.
Sorry, Jimmy.
No, I'm saying she doesn't seem to know her argument. That's the problem.
No, I think like Aaron says, they're just trying to add it because of her testimony.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It says here, the defendant is criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another if, acting with the culpability required for the offense, the defendant causes or aids an innocent or irresponsible party to engage in conduct prohibited by the definition of the offense.
And had you indicted her for abuse, I would agree with you. You indicted her for neglect.
Your Honor, it doesn't matter if it's abuse or neglect. That makes no difference at all to this analysis.
When the judge tries, better shut up.
If Gavin is the one that pulled the trigger in this case, he is an innocent or irresponsible person, and she is responsible for his conduct and his behavior under this definition of criminal responsibility.
She is, if that's the conduct that is indicted. I don't know why we're not communicating on this, General. Do you want to weigh in on this?
But I can only say that it has always appeared to me that what that is talking about is when acting in concert, which is what the felony murder statute is about. This is like saying you and I go to rob the convenience store, I shoot the clerk, they charge the guy who's at home mowing my lawn.
No.
Because I'm criminally responsible. He's criminally responsible for my
Here's an
act.
example. Let's assume a criminal defendant decides he wants to rob a bank. That criminal defendant finds a person, let's just use a 5-year-old child. Finds him a 5-year-old child.
They are called attorney generals in Tennessee. Thank you, expert.
And he said, hey, we're going to have some fun. You're going to walk into this bank and I'm going to give you this, it's a gun. It sure looks like a gun. And you get to carry this in. And when the 5-year-old child carries a gun, he said, oh, by the way, I want you to hand this note to the teller. And then we're going to play another game. The second that teller gives you some money, I'm going to time you to see how fast you can run out of there. Then the government indicts that defendant, assuming that he's caught, all of it's provable. The government indicts that defendant for bank robbery. If the government then indicts that defendant for bank robbery, that part of the statute, the criminal responsibility statute, fits to a T. Had you indicted Ms. Howington for aggravated child abuse, I would be much more amenable to agreeing with you on this. But the conduct that she is attempting to hold her couple for is the neglect. That's what you've indicted her for. How do I get to their own criminal responsibility?
Your Honor, are you saying that she can't be responsible for allowing her child to get the gun in this case?
No, I'm not saying that at all. That's the neglectful conduct you have alleged in this case to get you to a jury and to attempt to convict them. That's what this whole case is about. Where was the gun and how did that child get it?
I'm going to read comment 1 from 3.01. The defendant is criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another if, having a duty imposed by law or voluntarily undertaking to prevent commission of the offense and acting with the intent to benefit in the proceeds or result of the offense or to promote or assist its commission, the defendant fails to make a reasonable effort to prevent commission of the offense. And the next part, the defendant who is criminally responsible for an offense may be found guilty not only of that offense, but also for any other offense or offenses committed by another, if you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the other offense or offenses committed were the natural and probable consequence of the original offense for which the defendant is found criminally responsible.
Natural probable consequences rule doesn't apply. That's not even an issue here. But what is the conduct that, under the language you just read, What is the conduct that you're saying that she is accountable for?
For leaving her gun in a place where her young child has access to it.
Exactly, i.e. neglect, correct? Which is what she's indicted for.
And that's, again, Your Honor, I know that we're disagreeing right now on this point, but what I'm talking about is criminal responsibility for the first element. That's all I'm talking about.
Well, we have to
You have a
nominate
case
someone.
that
I can do
says
the
I can
bracket.
parse that first element out.
Yes. State of Tennessee versus James Lennox. Would the court like to see
I'm
that?
saying the case, I don't think it's going to say that, General.
Makes sense
Yeah,
to me.
Jen. Yeah, she's just beating the rules in hopes he will accept it. Yeah, we should do we can do that in Discord, and we can do a show at some point. I don't understand March Madness. We don't play baseball. Look who's here. She's all new. Crime Spice.
Hi, crime spies.
I got irritated with her colleague yesterday, and today I think because she figured out she might have sold them on the Gavin part, we have to try to get something in there so we can still indict her. I can speed it up while he's reading. I know that one. No crying, but a lot of steroids.
I haven't read the whole case, General, but explain to me how this case changes the result of all, that Lomax case changes the result of all this. You had people in a vehicle where the defendant was accused of driving the vehicle, and the court gave an instruction on criminal responsibility for driving under the influence, correct? Which was the indicted charge. How is Gavin criminally responsible in this case for the neglect, which is what is indicted?
I'm not saying that Gavin is criminally responsible. I'm saying that she is criminally responsible for Gavin's actions.
Okay, how does criminal responsibility fit? How did Gavin commit neglect?
I don't think he did.
It appears to be that I can't be responsible for someone else's criminal act if they are not acting criminally. That is the issue. How did he?
Now, I don't completely agree with that, but the problem is one about how this case is indicted, because the predicate felony here is neglect, not abuse. Had you indicted for abuse as well, I think you would have a much more compelling argument that she's criminally responsible for Gavin's conduct under the language. At least it creates a factual question for the jury to resolve. But I have to be able to say that Gavin is criminally responsible for the neglect as well as pulling the trigger.
That's not what I'm asking the court to do. I'm asking the
Then you're
court
asking me to do
to
something.
give an
I'm wrong.
instruction that she is criminally responsible for the actions of Gavin, not the other way around. That Ms.
I
Howington,
understand that, but there has to be, but the predicate felony, I don't know how many times I have to keep saying this, the predicate felony is one of neglect. That's how you get to a felony murder prosecution in this case. We'll take 5 minutes. I'll go back and read this case in its entirety. I don't see it, but I'll give you that much.
In the Discord, there is a Judge March Madness nominees, and we can try to figure out how to do it
Judge
afterwards.
March Madness.
Yeah, someone wanted a March Madness. They should not worry a 5-year-old child. Yeah, the jury will find it hard to get past that despite the law and the rules of evidence. Yeah, but they're just afraid that because of Gavin, they can't get her for murder 1.
Yeah.
And that shows they know they didn't prove she pulled the trigger.
Mm-hmm.
It happens every year, so it's not impossible.
Yeah, Gavin is the child.
Yeah, Gavin is the child. Well, they just want to make sure that the way they can charge her is they will still get her from murder one. But because if they believe that Gavin did it, it's not murder one with the charges they brought.
Yeah, that's the problem, because the only way to get the murder one is to get, because that's the enhancement makes it murder one.
Yeah, if it's her negligent, child negligence, it'll enhance it to murder one, even if it's a mistake.
Yeah, which I
Yeah,
hate
Gavin
so
is the
much.
2-year-old. We can go live. Jamie, I did something stupid yesterday.
What?
Well, I did it this morning, but I always lie. You know that. I made some new merch because we were watching that lovely lady from Florida.
My child just fell down.
So I felt inspired to make this logo.
Oh boy.
Don't read the text, Jamie. We have trouble enough with people saying we are not appropriate. What would Baker know about basketball? He can't figure out you don't use your feet in football. Well, actually, I have been city champions in school basketball in, I
Oh
believe it
my
was the
God.
9th grade. We were
Stop
city
it.
champions.
Is this when you were Mario?
That was when I was a street baller named Mario. See, I do listen. Sometimes. Yeah. No criminal culpability for anything, and that is part of the predication for felony murder. Yeah, and that's the problem, because they couldn't prove she did it. So now that they want to put it in there because he did it and she had responsibilities, it transfers to her, and it doesn't.
Yeah.
Well, she has a turtle sanctuary.
I can't take this. I cannot take this.
Yeah, I think that's why they're kind of upset today, is because maybe that cross worked and they believe Gavin did it. Julie, it's Yanks. They don't understand logic. Yeah, and again, but they want to transfer the blame to her, kind of like the Crumply case. That instead of the child inheriting the parents' sin, the parents inherit the child's sin, and that's not what you're doing. It might be a third sanctuary, yes. Yeah, and she inspired me to make a new little thing for my merch store. I don't know why I thought of her. Look, it's a turtle, Jamie. Don't read the text, Jamie. It's
He's so
inappropriate.
cute though.
Yeah, you can buy a hoodie with it or a cup or anything.
I'd wear it.
Yeah. We can discuss this until the day the sun burns out. You will still be wrong. But, let's move on. They think gravy, if they see a biscuit football without feet, is the least of their problems. Yeah.
Gravy if they see a biscuit football.
We didn't hear anything about Gavin's clothes with the GSR on it. Danny.
Hi, Danny T.
No, I like his lawyer. She's really good. The other one who started out with a Swift song. Not that I have anything against Taylor Swift, but as a defense lawyer, maybe not. Well, reasonable jurors, how many of them have you met? You've been following cases for a long time. Oh, I should take this off. Oh, Jamie. You should tell me stuff like that. Hey, White Paint.
Hi, White Paint.
Yeah, if you're Eric Cantona, you use a little kung fu. Did you see Gascoigne fell off the wagon again? It's so sad. Exactly, Penilla. No, it's Baker apparel. I just got inspired by I don't know. Sometimes you get inspired out of nowhere. You're sitting here and thinking, what should I do?
I don't care. I have anxiety over the roof.
And when your anxiety is gone, you get new ideas. And that's what I got this morning.
I thought it was too, Sean, because I haven't seen any of the Hale stuff yet. Just like bits and pieces.
No, but well, I wouldn't call any of them scummy.
No, but about that lady or whatever. Like, I haven't seen any of the
Oh.
stuff that you have talked about.
Jamie, as a special thing for you, on Sunday, we will watch her deposition.
Okay.
We will Sunday 12:30, 1 o'clock. We will watch her deposition before we have to go do the other stuff, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Because
like
it's she's all the crazy. Yeah, she does look like Splinter, and she only has 3 teeth though. But she's an ordained minister and a former stripper.
What? That woman is?
Yeah, she's an ordained minister and a former stripper.
Oh, God.
No, there's no evidence that she pulled the trigger. There's no evidence that that Gavin pulled the trigger. They have been very, very quick to get past the point of the actually boom part of this case.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't heard anything about how they think it happened. If she did it, if he did it, or anything. I can't make what stuff up. No, that's the funny part. Whenever you think, that's a little too crazy, then stuff happens and you see some people that you just
My child just fell down.
and think, what? We have cookies. I made cookies the other couple of weeks ago. Oh, by the way, I have to take cookies out for my brother and his girlfriend. Why are we here? Well, because at least there's some child neglect in this. Hi, honey. Hi. Oh,
Yeah, I'm okay with the neglect part. I get that.
They brought her dog. It's
What?
called Winston. My brother and his girlfriend is here. They brought her dog. It's not that dog, it's another dog that looks like the other dog.
Will they get up on screen, the doggy? Can you show us the doggy?
Well, I tried to get him up, but he ran away.
He ran away.
Yeah, we will be covering Karen Reed Tuesday. We'll be covering Tyrone on Monday if he's live. You think that she's, because the only adult in the house, she's responsible? Well, that'll be interesting because that's what they're arguing. Kom her, Winston. De vil gerne se dig. Så, Jamie.
Oh my goodness.
Så skal du kolde ham lidt.
Make the screen big. Look at that baby. Oh,
No, it's not Molly. It's Winston.
it's Winston.
Josephine.
Winston, you are precious. And now my dogs are jelly.
Hey, Ronnie.
Aww. He's so cute.
Du kan bare høre, hvor meget Jamies hund de hører efter dig.
Aww. They are. If I say the word baby to anybody else, they get mad.
No, he's a little cutie. Oh, Port's coming back. I'll just go talk to my brother for a second.
And I think the understatement of the day is, General, is you and I truly were not communicating with one another. I think the state's request is to leave the language in count one that is there. I'm going to leave that language. I thought there was a request to separately define further and impose a separate theory of criminal culpability. That's not the request. So I think we're all good. We ready to bring the jury in and argue this case?
There's just one more thing that we wanted to address with the court. So I know obviously that this is a case that involves highly emotional subjects. What we would ask is that the court instruct any family members, including the defendant, to please try and control their emotions when the parties are giving closing arguments, just like we do victims
I think
and
that's a
their
fair
families.
request. Anyone within the courtroom that's in front or behind the bench, or the bar rather. This is a critical point in the trial for both sides to be able to advocate their position to this jury, and the jury needs to be able to hear everything that's being said and argued. So do your very best to control your emotions. If you have emotions that spring forth, attempt to do so as quietly as humanly possible.
Your Honor, sorry, just one last thing. Can we also refrain from discussing punishment and or asking the jury to put themselves in the defendant's shoes? I think there were a couple of statements made in opening to that effect, and so we would just ask that that not be brought up during closing.
Oh, don't bring it up because you're going to hurt our
Punishment's clearly
kids.
off, out of bounds and off limits. That's for the court to decide. She's convicted of first-degree felony murder. The punishment's automatic, but that's clear law that that's not a part of what their task is to worry about what her punishment is. Their task is to decide whether or not the state has proven each and every element, in this case, beyond a reasonable doubt. So stay away from those topics. Let's argue this case, get the jury lined up.
In the many years I've been trying cases against you and in front of you, that's happened, but I'll keep that in mind.
Many years of what?
Trying cases both against you and with and in front of you that
Well, we tried a couple with each other too.
That's what I said. Well, against you, is that what I mean?
I think the only thing you've established, Mr. Whalen, is that you and I are both pretty old.
I don't think I was hiding that anyway.
Time constraints on either side, but don't belabor points, get to them.
Sorry.
It's
Did they
okay.
find out what?
With each other? That's
What?
interesting. Well, the
What?
judge and Ben Franklin there, ouch, we're having some banter. And he said, I've
Yesterday,
tried kids in front of you. And he's like, I've tried them with you too, or something like that. And I was like, oh,
yesterday
I
it
tried.
sounded like you wanted to beat him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, everyone should check out Farrell. Jamie will be there on Sunday. Well, this judge, I like him.
All rise for the
I
jury.
know some people think he doesn't control the room, but I think he cut down immense amounts of time.
Yeah, I think he's like straightforward and
Yeah.
he cuts through the BS on both sides because they've both been terrible.
Everyone may have a seat. Wait for the call for the state for the defense. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize. We kept you waiting a little bit longer than we thought we were going to. We are ready to start argument in this case.
What did he ultimately decide, Jamie?
He denied it, didn't he? Yeah.
Okay, because the Russian didn't get it. Hey,
Oh.
Sniper, pew pew. Sniper was in voice chat yesterday. Jamie is in love.
You're so
Winston is a small dog. I don't understand. It's not my dog. The charges will say as that. Okay, I think
Okay.
it might be a Wesley. State won the argument. It stays. Thank you.
Case, blame me. I was the reason that we had to take a little bit longer. Let's talk a couple minutes about closing argument, and then I'm going to turn the floor over to the attorneys. Because the state has the burden of proof in this, as in every criminal case, you will hear first and last from the state. You will hear one time on behalf of Ms.
Yeah,
Howington
because the
by
state
Mr.
wanted
Whalen.
it changed.
I want you to listen very carefully to what each of the lawyers argue to you. They know their case. They can point you to facts which they believe have been established within this record, as well as inferences that you may draw from those facts in order to assist you in your deliberative process when you get this case here in a couple hours from the court.
Oh, real my life.
I want to remind you, however, that what the lawyers say is not evidence. The evidence that you must base your verdict upon in this case must have come from the witness stand or from the exhibit introduced through the various witnesses who have testified or by stipulation or agreement of the parties. The state has the burden of proof. General McDermott, you are recognized on behalf of the state of Tennessee for your opening argument.
Yeah. Ma'am.
September 14th, 2019. Destiny Oliver was 5 years old, 56 pounds, 48 inches. Was shot.
Yeah, I heard
and
that one
killed
too.
By her mother's gun, Robin Howington's gun. And this case, ladies and gentlemen, is about this little girl. That's what this case is about. It's about what happened to this little girl. On Balsam Drive on September 14th of 2000.
Yeah, you spoke this one yesterday.
You all heard all of the testimony in this case. You've heard all the witnesses. I submit to you that the proof in this case has shown that Robin Howington's negligence, her negligence, as tragic as this is, that this little girl is dead, her negligence is the reason that this child is no longer on this earth. I want to talk about. I want to talk about the night of September 14th, 2019. What was Destiny doing? You all heard testimony in this case about what she was doing. She was at a park, according to Ms. Howington. It was her, her mother, and her 2-year-old little brother. She was at a park that day, and then they came home. We heard whenever she got home, she was hungry, she hadn't eaten that night. And so what Destiny was doing at her home on Boston Drive, right before this incident happened, is she is sitting on her couch and she is watching TV with a remote control in her hand. And this little girl is waiting for her dinner. And she has no idea about what's getting ready to happen.
Oh, yes.
As she sat there on the couch with the remote in her hand,
It's
a
not
gun
a door.
was
He
fired,
has a police badge
and
on his
that bullet
shirt.
came out of the gun, went into her hand, out of her hand, into the remote, into her chest, out the back of her body, and into that person. We heard from the testimony in this case what else came out of that gun besides that bullet that went through Destiny's club. We heard that there was gunshot residue particles. You will hear the testimony of Kyle Osborne, the TBI agent. He testified about how gunshots work. When that trigger hits the back of the cartridge, there's a projectile that's expanded, and then there's fire and gunpowder, and then out of that gun, through the cracks in the gun, as you heard that officer testify, comes these tiny microscopic particles. He testified that when a gun is fired, those particles go about 5 or 6 feet from the gun where the gun is fired, and then they settle down. And there's 3 different ways that gunshot residue or gunshot particles can get on a person's clothing. You've heard that it can get there if you fire a weapon, if you are in close proximity, 5 to 6 feet of a weapon when it's fired. And then he also testified that you can get gunshot particles on you if you touch somebody that has gunshot particles on them. So what do we know in this case that happened? We know that Gavin, the 2-year-old, has gunshot particles on him, on his clothing, on the front of his little Nike t-shirt, if we all saw it. And we know that the defendant has gunshot residue, gunshot particles on her face. And so we know those 3 things have to be what happened in this case. Fired a weapon, or in close proximity to the weapon, or touched someone who did one of those 2 things. So that's the proof that you all heard. That's what we know from that particular article.
Well, duh, we know that.
So I want to shift for a second, and I want to talk about the other things that we absolutely know in this case. Because I submit to you that the defendant has told so many stories, so many different stories, that you're not going to be able to rely on what she says happened that night. You can't. She's told too many stories for it to be reasonable for you all to believe what she said. So let's start with what we absolutely know in this case. You all watched the video in this case, the video from the neighbor's camera. It was grainy, it was kind of boring, and we watched it for a long time. I'm sure it wasn't the most dynamic or interesting part of this case. But that video, ladies and gentlemen, is very important, very important. And the reason the video is important is because it establishes that there are people there, there are people going in and out of that house. And it also establishes how long the people were in the house and how many times they come and go. And so that's why we're going to start with that. So the video that you watched, if you'll recall, there is a car that arrives at the beginning of that video. And I'm not going to make you watch it. Watch the whole thing here again, because you guys have already done that. You will have that video back in the jury room. You may watch it at your pleasure as many times as you want during the deliberation. But what we saw in that video was that there was a car that arrived at 8:29:38, then leaves at 8:31:08, and then you can see that there's a car that arrives at 8:41:04, and that's going to be this car, the one with the green arrow in it up on the screen. And that car, we don't know if it's the same car as this one or if it's a different car. But we know that that person that was in the car sat there with their lights on from 8:41:04 until later on, and we'll get to that. So the next thing that happens, the next part of the video that's important, is this part that I have up on the screen. This portion of the video is whenever the defendant, Robin Howington, gets to the house, and she gets there at 8:42:43. So when she's there, that vehicle is waiting for her. That's uncontroversial. That's what happened. And we know that because a neighbor happens to have a video that shows this thing. The next thing that you see on that video is that Destiny then walks inside the house. She goes first.
Back to that.
She walks in at 8:43:28. She walks inside her home. It's going to be the last time that this little girl goes into her home. And she's followed quickly thereafter by Ms. Howington, who is carrying it. Ms. Destiny goes in, Ms. Howington goes in. And then there are several minutes that this person who is in this car is sitting outside. It's not a situation where that person comes and helps her with the kids, or helps her in, or just gives her money real quick to stay over for car tinted window. No, that person leaves. And they wait several minutes for her to get in with her children.
And
8:46:05. You might have to watch the video more than one time. It's a little difficult to see. You will see right before 8:46:05, the door is closed, right here. And at 8:46:05, there's activity, and that door is open. And I submit to you what's happening there. So Ms. Hamilton is calling that person. Okay, it's okay now to come into my house.
I can't see any of this.
And the person in the car walks up to the house and goes in. You all will see on that video, you've already seen the individual goes in at 8:46:43 and remains in that house
27 minutes.
till
I can't see anything.
8:47:47, which is 63 seconds. 63 seconds. And the reason that's important, ladies and gentlemen, is because the defendant doesn't know about this video when she's talking to the police. The defendant doesn't know that the comings and goings of the people at the house has been recorded.
But I don't believe there's any testimony about when Ms. Howington knew that video.
This is final
Ms.
argument.
Gotta
Howington,
be within the record.
Ms.
Okay,
Howington
your
did not
objections
see that video until the second interview, when the police come in with their laptop and show her portions of that video. When she makes her initial statements, she has no idea that what happened at that house has been recorded. And that there's only 63 seconds that this person is in there. And that's important. That's important. Because it shows that her stories about what's happening inside the house are not true. Are not true. She can't come into this courtroom and say, oh, there's this fight with Anton, there's this big struggle with the gun, all these things that are happening. She can't say that anymore. It's not true, first of all. But it's not backed up by the video that you all were able to see because the neighbor happened to have the video camera next door to 502 Polson Drive. You all saw in that video that person comes in calm, walks away calm. And then what's the next thing that happens? The defendant exits her home. She does that at 8:48:52. She leaves her home. She leaves
Yes,
her two children
before the second
inside her
interview.
house, unattended, which is fine to do, unless you have a loaded firearm in a place where a child can easily access it. That is negligence to leave your house. Leave your 2-year-old and 5-year-old in your house where there is a loaded firearm easily accessible. That is the definition of negligence. And she wants you to think, and we'll get to this in a minute, she wants you to think, oh, that gun's up on the top of the closet. Or that gun's somewhere else. And the child had to have gotten on a stool and reached up to the closet and gotten from the top of the closet. That's not where that gun was, ladies and gentlemen. Think about what's just happened. I submit to you that what's just happened, consistent with what we heard about Ms. Howington, is that there is a drug transaction that happens. That person waits outside for 3 minutes so that she can get her kids into the house and out of the way, so that he can come in or she can come in, buy some pills. She has that gun there. When this transaction happens, we'll her investigate it. We'll heard him testify in his numerous years of law enforcement experience about how drug transactions happen quickly, and that often there are firearms there for the protection of the person that's selling the drugs or the person that's selling. And I submit to you, that's why the gun was on it. And the person responsible for that gun and where it was is not Destiny, it's not Gavin, it's not these law enforcement officers, the best ones to blame for everything that happened. The person responsible for where her gun is that night is this lady.
Yeah.
Miss Howington. Miss Howington leaves her home, 8:48:52. Returns after she moves her car. You all saw that on the video. She moves her car. Takes a couple minutes to do that, and then she goes back inside. After she gets in the home, there's about 3 minutes before she calls 911.
I believe so, yes.
Here is the portion of the video where she is calling 911. And this is important. It's important because when she calls 911, what is she doing?
Well, it worked in Zachariah Anderson's
What are her
case
actions?
under this.
First of all, it's important to note that when she calls 911, her reaction to her child that has just been shot and who is mortally wounded, her reaction to that is not to get on the phone and tell the 911 operator exactly what's happened.
We believe it's a court officer because
Her
it
choice.
has
Her decisions, her actions, her words to the 911 operator are lies. She decides. This detective doesn't make her say anything to 911. Detective Warlock doesn't make her say anything to 911. Ms. Howington is responsible for her actions and for her words. And her immediate response to her child being shot in the chest, her immediate response is to get on the phone and call 911 and start spinning a story. Start blaming it on someone else. And why? Why? Ask yourself, why would she do that? Why would she do that? Ms. Howington lies to 911 and spins this web of lies because she's trying to protect him. She does these things because she's trying to protect herself. She's trying to protect Robin Howington. But she knows right away, when she's on the phone with 911, right away, that leaving her gun out and allowing her children access to her gun is her fault. And it's tragic, ladies and gentlemen. You will not hear the state say that she purposely shot her child or she wanted this to happen. That's not what we're saying to you. What we are saying to you, and what the proof shows in this case, is that Destiny died because of her negligence. This was an avoidable death. Ms. Howington is responsible for the death of this child, as sad as it is. So let's talk about this 911 call. What I'm going to show you is the clip of the house outside synced with the 911 call.
On Saturday, September 14, 2019, at 8:53 p.m., with a GMC offset of -240 minutes, HID. Extension is 202.
I apologize for the interruption. I have not been shown this demonstrative piece that is linking two separate incidents so that I could test myself whether or not it's directly linked up.
There's final argument. Both of these pieces of evidence are in the record. Overruled.
Hey, Mo Raiders. Welcome to
On Saturday, September 14, 2019, at 8:53 p.m. with a GMT offset of negative 240 minutes, agent ID. Its extension is 202. I had an emergency. This dude was just at my house and my fucking daughter just got shot, man. Please hurry. I'm gonna follow 2 Boston Drive.
What, she just got shot right now, ma'am?
Yes.
video.
Who did it? The guy that's walking to your door?
Yes.
Okay, what's your name, ma'am?
Robin.
Robin, okay, where's your daughter at, ma'am?
She's on the couch.
Where did you shoot her at, ma'am?
It's in my chest.
Okay. We're on our way, I've already sent this, Robin, we're on our way now, she's laying on the couch.
What do I need to do?
Hold on, Miss Robin, let me let you speak with Mandarin, sir. The guy who did that, his white legs are standing.
He was black.
Okay, what was he wearing?
He had a black shirt on.
Okay, did he say anything when you guys opened the door?
She goes back in,
No.
Okay.
and you can hear
It's
her.
over.
My baby's just lying in your door. Oh my God, please come down. Please
We're
come down.
on our way, Miss Robin. Let's speak to the ambulance. Let me tell you, do a shot of this 1 minute for
Oh my God, yes.
We're on our way. We're on food. We're in the car, Miss Robin.
He was in the car. He was in a black bike car. I just opened up the door. Hey, my friend, that is an emergency. Doctor, do Boston Job. Okay, telephone number 951-8096. Yes, ma'am. Okay, I already have an ambulance on the way.
I think you can hear the kid crying in the background, but I can't see any. I even pulled it up so you can try it and watch it. I have a 24-inch monitor here. I can't see anything. What's happening?
Yeah.
And they are watching it on a big screen TV across the room. They will probably want to see this in the jury room. And hey, Mo Raiders, welcome all of you. Because both of the evidence is both things are entered as evidence. That's why they can do it. Yeah, I saw some movement, but I wouldn't would I send someone away for life on this?
No.
Yeah, you can hear a child crying. It's very clear in the beginning, and now in the end, it's kind of like you can hear it again. Maybe that's because she went outside and go back in.
Hey, tell me exactly what's going on. I had a man that just came to the fucking door, man, and he fucking, I don't know what the hell happened. The door was unlocked, and he came in here, and he fucking shot my daughter, dude, and she's laying here, she's not fucking breathing, dude, please come. She's not breathing? No. Okay, do you want to try to get CPR? Please, just come on, Lord, just to talk about everything. She is breathing, She is breathing. Yes. Okay, how old is she? She's 5. How old? 5. 5? Yes. Okay. Alright, I've got help on the way. They've been on the way since your very first call, okay? Is that how you're crying? No, that's my son. That's your son. Okay. Yes. Okay. They're coming to you as fast as they can, I promise. Okay, you said she is breathing. Is she able to speak to you at all? Is she conscious at all? No. Destiny. Oh my God, I can't believe this shit. Okay, and you have no idea who it was that shot her? No, I didn't know. My door was wide. Okay. They're here now. They're here now. Okay, all right, go talk to them. Okay. Bye-bye.
I don't like that. I don't believe this.
This is a small point, but something that I want you all to consider as well. Now,
Agree.
when the defendant was on the stand, she testified that when the officer came into the house, which he's not left his car yet, nor thought, his car is pulled up, he's not gotten out yet, he's not walked in the house. She testified on the stand yesterday. She's on the phone with 911 on the officer. That's not true. Okay, small point. She's on the phone at this point when the officer comes in. So let's go back and let's talk about this 911 call. So in the 911 call, as I said, reaction. Immediately after this happens is to blame this on someone else. You blame it on an unknown black male who came into the house and shot her down. And she says on the stand yesterday that the reason that all these lies comes out is because she wants to protect Gavin. Let's talk about that for a second. She wants to protect Gavin. But what does that mean? She doesn't want Gavin to know, she says, that he shot his sister. Does that really make sense? Does that really make sense? First of all, Gavin's 2 years old. There's one of two things that are going to happen. He's either going to remember this or he's not. If Gavin remembers what happened, there's nothing she can say or do that's going to change that. If Gavin doesn't remember, he gets older and he doesn't remember this. She can talk to him about it. She can decide, big family secret, we're not going to talk about it. He never knows about it. Or she can decide to tell him the truth about what happened. And to say to him, Gavin, you were 2 years old. There was a gun that was not secured in the house that you got. This is not.
Yeah, I don't get the no blood either, even if you use the towel.
That's not what she chooses to do. She doesn't want to take responsibility for her actions. She absolutely doesn't.
Thank you,
Of course, the
I remember
conduct
for 3 months.
from the 911 call forward blatantly shows that Ms. Howington does not want to take any responsibility for anything that happened.
Good morning, Mom of 10. Glad to have you here.
Any responsibility.
Jamie, question. The ME testified that they couldn't make out the stippling on the shirt because the hand was in the way, right?
Yeah.
And stippling is a maximum of 6 feet. Isn't that what we're taught?
I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, close.
No, but still, well, I don't know about blood spatter, but it's just that blood part really weirds me out. So,
Why?
because there's no blood on her. She
Mhm.
says she tried to help her and she put a towel on her. That's why she didn't get any blood. But we saw the Carolentala crime scene photos. It goes everywhere.
Yeah.
So,
But she was a small girl, so maybe when she put the towel over, it did. I don't know. It's possible.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm just asking some questions, man.
I know. Me too.
Instead, not only does she lie to the 911 operator, she gets rid of the gun. She hides this gun.
Doesn't hide it
This
that well.
gun that was used to shoot her.
Show the other picture.
She takes it outside while on the phone with 911, while her daughter is in the house having been shot. It's more important for her to leave that house and to put that gun outside in the dark. And you can see the gun in this picture. Remember, the officer testified because he has a really bright light on his head. Those first set of pictures, when he's coming around that corner, you can see just how dark it is. Just how dark it is back in that corner of the house, the side of the house. She takes this gun that was used to shoot this little girl. Her first reaction is to take this gun and to take it outside and hide it under a bush. Why would she do that? She's conscious of her wrong. She knows that she is the one that has been negligent. Officer Cummings gets there at 8:56:15. You all recall from his testimony that he approached cautiously because he knew there was a shooting. And he didn't really know very many more details about what was happening. You all remember he was our second witness that we had the testimony. Officer Cummings testified that he got to the house, approached the door cautiously, and that he went inside. He says that when
Yeah,
he
that's
went inside,
the aorta. There is all the
he
blood back to the
sees
heart.
the defendant
The aorta is back.
sitting on the couch. And he says, has anybody been shot? What's going on? And it was, and that's when Officer Cummings sees Destiny's feet on the armrest of the couch.
General Gunner, if you could speak up just a little bit, please.
He sees this little girl, he grabs her, he takes her outside, immediately gets her to the ambulance. And that's his testimony about what happened. Gets there, he asks, is anyone hurt? She points to Destiny. And remember, he also said that it was eerily quiet. So typically when he arrives at a scene like this, people are come this way, or this is where she is, and the defendant's not doing it. She's sitting there, she's pointing to her documents. She's thinking. Holy crap. I left my run. She starts to go into self-preservation. So let's talk about our next set of actions, because they say, again, a lot about her mindset, a lot about what she's thinking, her deception, her lies. They are not, as the defense attorney wants you to believe, something that is caused by these officers in this case. They happen before anybody even gets there. And they continue from the point where she calls 911 the whole way up to the end of the last interview. She is not truthful about what happened. Why? Why is she not truthful? Again, it's because she knows that she's responsible. She was negligent. She speaks to officers as they arrive on the scene. This is one of the officers' videos that you heard. I'm going to play this portion where she's describing.
What about you? We got officers out. Right now,
I hate this. She didn't
She
show the
says there was a
correct
black
amount
car
of
there with dark tinted windows. So she begins this weave of trying to look for this other person who killed her child. This unknown person that's coming to the house, and they have a black car that has tinted windows. You know what? When she told that to Detective Riddle, and she talked about how she's sitting on the couch and she's looking the whole way down, and she can see through the dark the whole way to the car, and she can describe that it's a black Chrysler and it has dark tinted windows, he thinks, you know what? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't ring true. He believes at this point in time that he has a grieving mother, but he also is aware that what she's saying doesn't make sense.
I said I don't like this. You didn't show the enough amount of emotion. I hate that when they're saying you should react this way. It's just a stupid measuring stick. You can't use that.
Doesn't make any sense. And he gives her the benefit of the doubt. He asks her, tell me more information about this unknown individual that's coming to your house. And she does. She provides additional details about this person. But this detective, obviously, went in this house and faced with this statement that this woman has seen through the first room, through the second room, out the door, out through the dark, to a car that she says is out there, and she can describe it as a black Chrysler with dark tinted windows. Because it doesn't make any sense. And it's not true. It's not true. We know that. It's not true. What does she say to Detective Riddle at the scene?
I was in there. Okay.
All in there. We just got home here.
When you say you all, it's you and your dog.
Yes,
Okay, you're in here.
and the door was open like it is now.
Okay. And what happened?
And he just came in here, and we were all sitting right there.
Who's he?
I don't know who he
You
is.
don't know who this
I don't
guy
have
is.
a clue. I've never seen him in my life.
And he walks in here. Hey, will you show me just so I can know?
Yes,
Is
she's
there a
laying on the couch. I was sitting right beside her, he was sitting right here. I was sitting right here, she was laying right here, and he just shot. And then it was like he was surprised. I don't know if he was trying to shoot me or what, but he shot her.
Where were you sitting?
I was right here,
And she's right here.
right here.
Right here.
She was laying down right here.
And you were sitting down the whole time because it was.
Yes. I didn't even realize he was in here until it was already.
And what happened? How many times did you hear him shoot?
Just one time.
One time. And when he shot, what happened? Did he say anything?
Nothing. He looked like he was surprised because she just went limp.
So again, her statement there to Detective Riddle gives details about this event that happened that absolutely didn't happen. She provides, and then later on she tells him, I looked down the hallway and I can see that it's a black car with tinted windows. And more importantly, what else does she say to Detective Riddle? I think it was meant for me. I think it was meant for me.
How can half an hour feel so long?
So the fact that these officers are investigating this case as if it's a homicide is not just because they want to do that. It's because of her actions and what she says. That's why they're investigating this case like a homicide. She's transported to UT Hospital. What's she doing on the way to UT Hospital? She's texting Callie. I need you to get that gun, Callie, for real, ASAP. It's on the side by the air conditioner, in the bush. My phone is about to die. They are taking me to UT. She's texting her boyfriend and saying, go get that gun. That is what is most important for her at this period of time when she's on the way to the hospital. Because again, self-preservation. She knows she's done something. She texts Joe Key, go to my house, the back way, and get my gun out of the bush under the air conditioner. Gavin shot Destiny, then come to UT, and I got you for free. She's going to give him some pills for free for doing this for her. The police are there, but if you park in the alley and walk up, you're good because they are in the house. And she's calling, you can see in the call log, she's calling a bunch of other people. But her main goal there is to make sure somebody goes and gets that gun. And she knows that these text messages are in her phone. And then she also makes a phone call, and you're going to hear her say, can you do that, please? Can you do what I just text you? Can you do that, please? She calls Joe Key at 9:26. You all will recall his testimony. He says he remembers receiving a phone call. He couldn't hear what she was saying, but this is the call that she made.
Yeah.
And she's saying, can you do that, please? Can you do what I just texted you? And what she's just texting him is to go get the gun.
I'm not sure I need to hear her.
While you're doing
She was a liar. I know that.
We get to UT Hospital now. And again, state is not saying that this is something that's not true. But what we are saying is that her actions that day are very clearly showing that she is conscious of her wrongdoing. She knows that she has been negligent. And she is desperate at this point in time for the police not to figure out what's going on. She's so desperate, ladies and gentlemen, that when she's in the bathroom, she tries to give her phone to a complete stranger. To Marty Sands. She tries to give her her phone. She stands outside the stall. You all remember Marty Sands. She stands outside the stall and waits for her to come out and says, "Take my phone. Take my phone." Marty Sands is like, "Oh, I'm not going to do that." So what does the defendant do after that? She runs her phone underwater. She breaks her phone. She wants to say, "Oh, my phone was broken before," and that's fine. Even taking her at her word, at a minimum, she took her phone, tried to give it to a stranger, and then ran it underwater. Because she knows what's on these text messages, ladies and gentlemen. She doesn't want the police to know that she's tried to hide the gun. She's done this and messed it up so much that Officer Payku had to come and testify, had to reconstruct it, let it dry out for hours, put a new screen on the phone before he could look into the phone and see what's there. She continues with this. Next thing that we know that happened is that Ms. Howington is taken to the police station. She is in an interview room, and she is now going to explain what's going on here at the house. So I won't go through her stories because I submit to you that her stories change constantly. Constantly. Let's start with who shot Destiny. Let's talk about her different stories about who shot Destiny. And remember, the reason this is important is because the reason she has all these different stories is because she wants to deflect anything from showing that she is responsible. That is her goal in talking to the police that day, is to deflect from what she has done. And so she blames multiple people for this shooting. In fact, the 911 call, I'm not going to play again, but you've heard, she says, "This dude was just at my house," in her words, "and my fucking daughter just got shot. He was black, he's in a black Chrysler. I had a man that just came to the fucking door. He came in here and he shot my daughter." That's her first story. Statement to Detective Riddle, which we just played. "He just came in here and we were all sitting right there. I don't know who he is. I don't have a clue. I've never seen him in my life. She was laying on the couch. I was sitting right beside her. He, meaning Gavin, was sitting right here. I don't know if he was trying to shoot me or what, but he shot her. I didn't realize he was in here until it was already too late." Those are her two stories, the two things that she says before the investigators speak to her. Then she comes into the interview room. She comes into the interview room and she talks to the detectives in this case, and this is what she says.
"We can get that done if you tell us the truth and be honest with us, right?"
I told you, we just came home from the court, and I thought somebody was following me. And so I went down the alley, because the alley between the neighbors where you took Calvin, or where whoever took Calvin, and somebody followed me. And then I didn't think nothing about it. She was laying on the couch. I turned Netflix on for her, and Gavin was sitting right beside me. I have a roast still cooking right now in the crock pot. I was getting ready to make me a plate, and somebody came to the door, and I was sitting on the, whatever you want to call it, the footrest. And she was like this far away from me, laying there, because I was asking her, "What else do you want?" Because the only thing I had in the crock pot was the roast and carrots. And I let them choose what they want to eat because her dad is a vegan. And so she's somewhat picky about what she eats. And I didn't even hear the door open because it was just a screen door. And I had the other door still open because my purse was in the car still because I had to carry Gavin in because he didn't have shoes on. So whoever, only thing I seen was a black dude come in, and I heard a gunshot, and then I looked at my baby, and then I looked at him, and his eyes got big as I don't know what. Like, I feel like it was meant for me.
What kind of car was it in?
It was a black Chrysler. I'm almost sure it was. I'm not 100% sure, but I can see, like, out the door from where the foot thing was.
So you never went outside to see the car?
No, I got a towel. I got a towel and put it on her.
That's her first thing. Next, she starts talking about these kids at the park. In her words, this may be something. This is what she says. This may be something. She tells me,
Couldn't they just make a demonstrative? We don't need to go through all of this. It's been more than half an hour now. She's losing me.
It's ridiculous.
Yes. You know, leave the park.
Well, actually, I'll be honest with you. These 3 boys, there's like this may be something, I don't know, but these 3 Mexican boys, there's like a fence or whatever, and there's like a bench right beside the fence, and they kept on crawling over it, going to this building that's right beside of the park. I don't know what it is, I have no idea. So the boys were making comments about my breasts. So I said, you guys aren't old enough to be talking to me like this, especially in front of my kids. I was like, you're already teaching my son bad things because he's trying to crawl over the fence too. So I went and pulled up, because when I walked back up to them, they ran and crossed the fence again. And when they crossed the fence, I drove up there to see if their parents were there. Well, their parents was there, and it was 2 Mexican men. And I said, you need to teach your sons to be more respectful, because they were being very disrespectful and talking to me in ways that I didn't appreciate, especially in front of my daughter.
So did you drop off after that?
Yes, sir.
Hit it back.
so she tells the police when she's talking to them that it may be something, there's a thing going on at the park that involved these 3 Mexican boys. She knows that has nothing. She knows that. Nothing. But instead, she starts talking about these other people that it could be. Here's the next student.
Went through the alley?
Yeah, because I felt somebody was following me.
So you thought somebody was following you from the park?
No, I don't know from the park. I wasn't paying that much attention because they were complaining that they were thirsty and they were hungry and all this. So I was just consoling them, telling them we're going to be home, you know, the roast is done. Basically, yesterday was that was fine.
So when did you first think that somebody was following you?
When I turned left off over Charlie onto Shaw Road.
So what kind of vehicle was that?
I'm not sure. It was a dark colored car. I'm not sure.
So just take a dark colored car,
Yes,
following
sir.
you that time.
Yes, sir.
But you go straight on.
Yeah, but I went through the alley, and when I went through the alley, nobody was behind me, so I didn't think of nothing.
So when did you, so this dark colored car that you thought was following you, when did you not see it following you?
When we stopped at the red light on Callahan, they were behind me.
Callahan and, like Callahan.
Central.
At Central?
Callahan and Central by the Bibles.
So right about the Bibles and just a couple of restaurants and stuff that you didn't see anymore at that point.
We're Asian Cafe used to be, correct?
So you didn't see the car anymore at that point?
Correct.
And then you go on to your house.
Correct.
And again, here she is telling these police officers who she has, get them back there, is a homicide of this child. About, maybe you need to be looking into this other car that I believe followed you. But she knows this has nothing to do with anything that happened. Her next statement. She's going to start talking about Anton. Now, the defense wants you to think, oh, the only reason that she said
hate us.
these police officers overboard her will and made her second. That is just not true. They were looking at a story that wasn't making sense. Wasn't making sense to them. And some unknown person would just come and get this job. And now they have her saying that she can see this black Chrysler from a place they know she can't do. And then they have her trying to get rid of her phone and putting it underwater. And so they look at what's available, the police reports, and they say there is a domestic history. So to them,
We don't need to go through
and they
all
ask for
this
that. Now,
evidence.
does she have to say, oh yeah, I was Anton? Does she have to do that? No. No. Miss Howington is responsible for the things she does and the things she says. She could have told these officers, no, Anton has nothing to do with this. She chose not to do that. This is what she says.
So why didn't you tell us that earlier?
Because I mean, this is his daughter too. I know that he killed her, but I just don't feel like he did it on purpose. I feel like he was trying to kill me.
So he was already there. What happens?
He tried to talk. He came in the house, and when he came in the house, I told him I didn't want to talk to him, and he went back outside the house.
Okay. Then what happened?
Didn't come back in.
He brought me back in with you.
Yes.
So this gun that Callie gave you, how long you had it?
Not very long.
And it was in the house tonight?
No.
Maybe I never was in the house tonight.
Bye,
So,
Sebastian.
with that being said, if we told you there was a gun found outside, and we want to make sure that it's not the gun you said Kelly gave you, would you mind giving us DNA so we can make sure it's not?
I don't understand what you're saying.
So there's a gun found outside.
Right.
You say Kelly gave you a gun at some point.
Right.
We want to make sure that that's not the gun that Kelly gave you. The way we do that is DNA. You mind giving us your DNA so we can make sure that's not the gun?
I'm saying Kelly did give me the gun, yeah.
I know that.
Okay.
And you're saying you don't know where that gun is at now.
Correct.
Right. But there was a gun outside your house.
Correct.
So to make sure that that's not the same gun that Kelly gave you, you'll run your DNA against the DNA count on that gun. You might not be getting DNA.
No, that, I guess it is the gun that Kelly gave me, yeah. He told me he put it outside, he was supposed to put it in storage.
So now, first of all, she throws Anton completely under the bus. He came in and he murdered this child in cold blood.
Oh my God,
She goes
can
so
we?
far as to circle
Hold on.
him in a binder. Circle his face. And say, this is the person that killed him. Is she doing that to protect Kevin? Or is she doing that to protect herself? And then, when the police confront her, because they found out from the officers on the scene that there's a gun that's outside the house, she doesn't say, okay, I put it out there. She says, oh, there was a gun in my house. Is it the one outside? I don't know. And then she says, oh, Callie put the gun outside, which absolutely is true. You know that. So this story is Anton brings the gun inside, he leaves, comes back, Anton came into the house, leaves, comes back in with the gun, and then shoots Destiny. And we know that's not true because we've seen the video. Nobody comes in the house and leaves and comes back in. That just didn't happen. This is a complete lie. And then she changes her story yet again.
Hej Maja. Velkommen til.
Hey, so what's there?
How are we supposed to do that?
I guess we did.
Why would you not say that initially?
Because it's my baby, I don't know.
You don't charge to your baby, so we will charge to you.
You just be gonna charge the 2-year-old.
No.
So now she's saying, Gavin got a hold of the gun. That's the honest to God truth. This is what happens. And more importantly, she's saying Anton is still there. Why is it so important for Miss Howington to say that someone else is there? Why does she say Anton's still there, ladies and gentlemen? Why does she say that? She knows that if Anton was there, that's somebody she can blame. That's somebody she can blame for how that gun is out for a child killed. And she is so desperate at this point in time to not be in trouble for her actions that she is willing to circle Anton's picture in a lineup and say that this person murdered her child. That's what she does. And when they say to her, after she changes her story, that this is, after she changes it and says again, hey, you almost had us arrest this guy for first-degree murder. What does she say? She doesn't say, oh, yeah, you're right, that's crazy.
We know all this. We know she's a liar.
She doesn't say
Doesn't
anything. Talks about how much she doesn't like it.
Yeah, we already know.
This individual is involved in this case. So here we have a story. Gavin got a hold of the gun. Antoine is there. That's going to change. Now we're on the following day.
The register whatever, or get it out to say they need to wait I didn't actually turn it off, but it was on the big that I didn't do like that. And Anton came to the door and he was screaming and hollering about Callie yet again. Like, I don't know what the hell he has against Callie, but he got screaming and hollering about Callie, and we got to arguing, and we kind of tussled a little bit, and I asked him to please leave. And he was like, oh, I know what you're gonna do, you're a police call, you're gonna call the police, so we left. And then when I went in the kitchen, Gavin went into my room and Destiny was laying on the couch watching Netflix. And I came back and sat down and I had a couple shot. That's it.
So now in this story, Antoine had been there, there had been a scuffle, there had been a tussle. He leaves. And in this story, Gavin goes in the bedroom and she's in the kitchen. Gets the gun and then comes back in and she's just. And then here's her final story. This is the last thing that she tells the police on September 17th.
Let it be the final one.
Please, be done.
Yeah.
The neighbor said he didn't.
And the defense is going to
And
yield.
when I said, I want you to tell me stuff that you hadn't told me before, you need to tell me that.
He got in the car already.
Right? It's good and cool.
And I asked Desi what she wanted to eat, he kept trying to interfere, and
Probably has
he don't like to
yeah,
eat.
time limit.
So that was a problem right there. Anything that I do that he could find a problem with is a problem.
Peter.
So he didn't want to eat me first off, so he started on that shit too. And he just continued to scream and holler and raise his voice, and he went. I thought he was leaving, and he went to the living room, so I was like, please leave, but he didn't leave, and I don't know, I felt threatened because I didn't know what the hell he was capable of. I mean, he's thinking he's capable of unconscious. And I went back down when I got it, he got it from me.
Where was it good?
It was in the black bag on the back of the door.
It's in the black bag on the back door, you got it out.
On the back of my bedroom door, yes, sir.
So now we still have, this is Anton's fault. What does she admit? What does she finally admit after blaming everybody else? In this version, she admits that she went and got the gun out of a black bag. Now she still wants to throw in this is Anton's fault and all this other stuff. What did we hear yesterday? Anton's not even there. He's not even there. He doesn't have anything to do with this. She finally admits that she's the one that went into the bedroom and got the gun, not from the top of the closet, but from her purse. It's on the back of the So I want to talk about not just the changing story of who did this, but I want to talk about some other things. And the reason that these things are important is because what you are going to see and what you've heard in this case is a pattern of blaming other people and not taking any responsibility whatsoever until Ms. Howington is confronted with things that she cannot get away from. And then she finally says that she has some responsibility, just like she did here. She gives all these stories, and it's not till the last story. When, again, she's not telling the full truth. But in the last story, she finally says, I'm the one that went in the bedroom and got the gun. So now we're going to talk about where did the gun come from. And so it's important for her, because again, she knows she's negligent. It's important for her to tell the police that this gun is secure and put away and somewhere where a child shouldn't have access. So her story to the police is that this gun is in the top of the closet. And she gives many versions about how it comes out of the top of the closet that are inconsistent with each other. But she wants them to believe that the gun in her home is in the top of the closet because, again, she doesn't want there to be any responsibility on her part. So let's go through her statements about how the gun came into the room. We heard her last statement about her going to get it. But let's walk through kind of the different statements she gives about this. First,
Let's try this. We'll go back to your story, because you said he knew where the gun was. So where were you going from there? When you said he knew where
He
the
knew
gun
where
was?
the gun was because he came to my room one day when he just showed up and he seen it in the closet when I was getting my clothes out to get dressed.
Okay, so how does that factor into tonight?
That's where he went and got the gun.
So you telling me he went and got that gun, and that's the gun you used?
And he threw it down after he shot his child. And you picked it up, and you took it out to the bush, and you've done something possibly with the shell casing,
No, I didn't touch it.
so it's probably somewhere in your house.
so in that statement, she's saying that Anton gets the gun out of the top of the closet. She gives all these details about what's happening surrounding her, and then she changes that. The next thing she's going to say is that her 2-year-old gets a stool from inside of the living room, drags it the whole way through the room to her bedroom, climbs up on the stool, and gets the gun from the top of the closet. Because again, she wants the police to think that she has responsibly secured this gun, that she's put it in the top of the closet. The kid shouldn't have access. That's not true.
He refuses.
Here she's saying Gavin gets the gun out of the closet, and that she saw him take the stool across the room and do that.
Just put these squad on in here. Okay. come through and tell us what happened prior to what happened when you encountered your boy's birthday or Destiny's daddy?
Destiny was laying here. She was watching Netflix. I was sitting here. And Dad was beside me. And he was already outside. He came in. And he first screamed me yelling. And we got the touch one. And then got that stool. We went into my bedroom.
This still right here.
Yes.
Okay, you when you
Thing is, when we left, nothing.
Hey, Jane.
Before we leave, we'll get a picture of this.
Yes, sir.
What is that here? Hey, you need one of these stools, there's a little bar stool right there. See them little stools? Where you on the road?
Did you see him moving the stool? Yes.
Did you put that stool back? I'll put it right here. As a 2-year-old.
Oh, they were here. They were out.
The cookout on Cumberland Avenue, what's the red? There's no way.
So in this version, she is saying that she saw Gavin get the stool, take the stool to the closet, climb up. I don't suppose she said she saw him climb up in the stool. What he would have had to do is climb up in the stool and get the gun from the top of the closet. That's the walkthrough that happened in September 4th, early of September 15th. And so then we have her come in just a couple days later, September 17th of 2019. Here's what she says. The officer's going to ask her, did you see him get the gun out of the closet? Move the
You
stool.
saw him get the stool, now you're saying you didn't see him get the stool. So, there's,
I can make a mistake, right?
you can make a mistake, but I would think that that wouldn't be, a mistake you made right there, right?
And so Detective Wardlaw says to her, you told us before that you saw him get the gun, or excuse me, saw him get the stool, and now you're saying that you didn't. She says, oh, I made a mistake. That's not a mistake. She is lying. And the reason it's important, as I've said before, for her to lie about this is because she knows that the police need to be thinking that that gun is in the top of the closet. That's the only way she's not negligent. And because of what she says, Gavin
Can we
has to
get
be
a check?
measured. Officer Tonkin there, they've got a
What'd you
gun
say?
there, he's reaching up.
Can we get a
He's
chip?
45 inches. He's not tall enough to reach a person.
Chip, chop, chip, lady. Come on.
And then what does she say finally? Her last statement to the police. After she's blamed it on Anton, after she's blamed it on Gavin going in the top of the closet, what does she say?
We're arguing, and I got the gun and got it from a child.
I got the gun. That's what she says there. I got the gun. Where did the gun come from, ladies and gentlemen?
If anything, they should be hammering her story she told on the stand.
I should probably
And then
mention
just say,
September
lie.
12th. A couple days before this is part of her story that she said, where she starts with
Yeah, I think we better start over.
and all this other stuff that's
Some
happening.
people in the back can
Callie,
hear it.
Anton, her, and
Yeah.
finally, this is her final version. Not, she had said before different things, but this is the last thing she says about September 12th.
So, Callie never pulled that one.
That Callie never pulled a gun on Antoine. It was her that pulled a gun on Antoine. She finally admits that well into this interview, September 17th. How does the gun end up outside? We've heard some of her explanations. I'm going to walk through the litany of things she says about this. First, she's like, what gun? I don't have a gun. I don't have a gun in the house. Watch this.
Watch this. Oh, watch this. Come on.
It would surprise you if he told you that gun was found outside the house? That would surprise you? Why not?
If he's gonna hammer home the rape,
Yes, it was. I mean,
First she says, no, I don't have a gun. I don't have a gun. That would surprise me. Then she says,
No. Where's it at?
Wherever you put it.
Callie had a gun.
Outside your house?
I guess that's where you put it.
Callie's the one that put the gun outside the house, is what she's saying. She comes up here on the stand yesterday and wants to say, Callie's the one. Callie's the one that was negligent. Callie's the one that took the gun in-house. And she didn't bother to look for it. Here she is blaming Callie. What's next?
Oh my God, stop.
So
No.
between the time when the shooting happened and you called 911, the police got there. What did you do?
I sat there and held this out my baby.
You never like went outside, tried to get rid of anything? Because that's a, you know.
No. She never went outside. She never tried to get rid of anything.
I'm just getting annoyed now because they're not talking about anything else than lie. You know that.
Well, yeah, like,
She says Anton.
hammer the events she told you that you think happened that day.
So why did you feel like you needed to take it outside?
I didn't realize that she was shot till after the fact.
And then finally she says she took the gun outside. But here she says, I didn't realize that she had been shot until after I took the gun outside, which we know is not true. Because she's taking the gun outside on the phone with 911. So she's finally admitting that she took the gun outside, but she's still telling lies about how
She hit the hour mark. It feels like 5. Callie.
This is what I'm talking about. It bothers me because they need to start talking about the charges and why this is why she is, should be charged or should be convicted. Explain that to me.
45 minutes, it's proven. After 45 minutes, it doesn't matter.
You all will have these clips. I'm not going to belabor this point, but in this version, she says, I took the damn gun outside and didn't know what to do.
Is she being charged with being a liar? Because guilty.
Simple fact of, was this gun used to kill Destiny? Was the gun that was used to kill Destiny? She told lies about
She absolutely. She hasn't mentioned why she's guilty.
So the gun that we found outside.
Yeah.
That Kelly gave you, we test fire that gun. It's not going to match anything with Destiny.
No.
Have you ever even shot a gun before?
No.
So you don't know how to use a gun?
No.
No one called
So what's the chances that
Yeah, no one called him.
you were
Probably
scared
didn't have
today,
anything to
you
say.
had the gun, and you shot by mistake?
No.
That didn't happen.
No, sir.
You never got the gun until after you called 911 and you thought that you'd get in trouble for that.
Right.
So you're sticking with the fact that Antoine did this.
Yes.
What?
I have cookies.
So here she's saying the gun that's
I'm
outside
jealous.
is not the gun that was used to kill Destiny, which we
Because the state
Well, we
doesn't
know that's
need her,
not true. Jesus, sorry.
because the state doesn't need her to put in him to put in that yeah, I gave her the gun, and the defense doesn't want them to get in that yeah, he gave her the gun.
know is not true. Then she changes her story, but she's still blaming Anton.
Is that deal the murder weapon? I'm just asking. If it is, tell us it is.
I feel
If it's the weapon he used now and you took it outside, tell me the truth. Is it the murder weapon? Because I think we've got ballistics and we're going to be able to tell. I want you to hear it from your mouth. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth.
Do you want this game?
Yes, if you want to do.
Yes, that's the gun that was used to kill Destiny, but she's still blaming Anton. And I submit to you what she's doing here, and throughout all of these interviews, as I said before, is that she makes up stories, she deflects everything from Robin Howington, and it's not until she is confronted with evidence or, like here, when we're going to do ballistics on this guy, that she finally tells the truth.
Well, what evidence you have of the neglect? What evidence do you have of all of that?
The last thing I want to do, ladies and gentlemen, is I want
Talk
to
about
go
that.
through the elements of this offense. You all heard in voir dire
Thank
that
you.
what the state of Tennessee has to prove in this case. We have the burden of proving this case beyond a reasonable doubt. We talked in voir dire about what that means. If you all recall, we talked about how the state has to prove the elements of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt. And so I want to walk through briefly the elements of the charged offenses in this case. The first offense that the defendant is charged with is felony murder. I anticipate you will hear from the court, and you all will have these instructions back in the jury room. So if you want to take notes, obviously you can, but you will have this information back in the jury room. Is that the defendant or one for whom the defendant is criminally responsible unlawfully killed Destiny Oliver. And two, that the killing was committed in the perpetration of or the attempt to perpetrate the alleged aggravated child neglect. That is, that the killing was closely connected to the alleged aggravated child neglect and was not a separate and distinct and independent event. And then finally, the defendant intended to commit the alleged aggravated child neglect. So those are the elements the state has to prove in this case beyond a reasonable doubt. You want to find the defendant guilty of felony murder. We'll come back to that in just a second, because basically
Don't go back.
what this is that the state has to show the defendant or someone she's criminally responsible for unlawfully killed Destiny Oliver. And we know that that is the case here. And then also we have to prove the defendant intended to commit aggravated child neglect. And we have to prove the aggravated child neglect. And these are the elements for aggravated child neglect. First, that the defendant knowingly neglected a child, Destiny Oliver, so as to adversely affect her health and welfare. And ladies and gentlemen, the death of this child is an adverse effect on her health and welfare. It could be less. You can have aggravated child neglect where a child is seriously injured and not dead. But obviously, the ultimate adverse effect on your health and welfare is when somebody is deceased. And so clearly that element has been met. That the act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injury to the child. Again, serious bodily injury is defined under the law to include death. And it's undisputed in this case that Destiny Oliver is dead. We have shown you beyond reasonable doubt that second element. And that the child in this case was 8 years of age or less. And we've heard testimony in this case that Destiny was 5 years old. We heard about her birthday, October, and the exact date and the exact day. 5-year-old child. And so the state has proved, in this case, all of these elements. And we're going to ask you to find her guilty of aggravated child neglect. That's the second count. The third count is similar to the second count. She's not going to be punished twice for the same thing. But it's another theory of what happened. And under the law, the first element's exactly the same. The third element's exactly the same. But this time, because there's a deadly weapon involved, we're going to ask you to find her guilty because there is a deadly weapon that was used to accomplish this act, a firearm in this case. The defendant is also guilty of false reporting. She initiated a report or a statement to law enforcement concerning an offense or an incident within the officer's concern. And so there are many false reports in this case. But we are required to elect for you which specific false report that we're talking about so that we can have a unanimous verdict. And so in this particular case, we're going to ask for you all to focus on her report to Detective Criddle that an unknown male shot her daughter. And we submit to you that that is something that is absolutely false. And the defendant knew the information relating to the offense reported was false. We ask you to find her guilty.
I do too, Whiskey. Because it's like,
She
this
is also
theory,
charged with
this
tampering with
theory.
evidence.
It's annoying.
Count 4 has to deal with the firearm in this case. So she tampered
Unless
with
you can
both.
prove exactly what happened, I don't think you
Count
should
4
be able
would
to do
with
that.
the firearm.
Count 5.
Count 5, excuse me, thank you. Count 5, the firearm. The defendant knew an investigation was pending and was in progress,
and the defendant concealed a firearm with the intent to impair its availability as evidence in this investigation. She took that firearm, she took it outside into the dark while on the phone with 911, put that firearm under the bush, and then called her friends and asked them to come get it. Clearly tampering with evidence. And then finally, attempted tampering with evidence. We're talking about here the cellular phone. The defendant knew an investigation was pending or in progress, and the defendant, there's going to be a definition of attempt, and then you're going to have.
Cindy, there's absolutely no reason to go back. She just played all the lies over and over again, and now she's talking about why she's guilty. So you can just watch the last 10 minutes.
This definition. So basically, what we're doing here is we're talking about an attempt. So we're saying the defendant attempted to alter a cellular phone with the intent to impair its availability as evidence in the investigation. What did we hear that she didn't know? Even if we give her the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, that phone's face was frozen before this happened, she still ran it underwater and tried to give it away to a lady in the back phone. And that is very clearly meets this definition of attempted tampering with evidence. We ask you to find her guilty. So I want to go back really quick and talk for just a minute about felony murder, because I think sometimes when we hear the word felony murder, they think, oh, murder. When we hear the word murder, most people think an intentional act. Somebody did something on purpose. Somebody did something premeditated. That's not what we're talking about here in this case. These are the elements. It doesn't have to be premeditated. It doesn't have to be on purpose, intentional. What we have to show is that there was an aggravated child neglect and the child died. And that those things were not separate.
And because of that, we can put you away for the rest of your life.
She died because of the neglect in this case. That gun being in place for her child had access to it. So the last thing I want to say to you all before I sit down is that the defendant has gotten up on the stand and she has now given her version, her newest version. After 5 years of this case pending, she has now come up on the stand and given her version of what happened.
Well, what was she supposed to do?
That even if you take every single thing that she said as the gospel truth, which I don't think it would be unreasonable for you not to do that, but even if you did, if you took everything that she said on this stand as the truth, she has admitted on this stand that there was a gun in her house. In her version of events, she has no idea where it is.
Boring.
Left in her house for 2 days.
Jesus.
In a place that her 2-year-old child could find it in 2 minutes, 3 minutes, while she's outside. That's her version that she's telling now. And so again, even if you take everything she says as the gospel truth in this case, she has committed this offense. She is guilty of these crimes. And we're going to ask you all that whenever you go back, look at the evidence, think about how she was acting throughout the course of this investigation, and that you hold her responsible. You hold her responsible for her negligence that day and find her.
Thank you. Well, all right,
Ben
ladies and
Franklin.
gentlemen, don't discuss the case yet. You've only heard part of it. Let's take a 5-minute recess and we'll come back.
Okay.
Oh, we need a cleaner. We need a cleaner.
Yeah. Need a palate cleanser.
My child just fell down.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're here for the regular docket, it's obviously going to be some period of time before we get started on that. So just bear with us. We'll stand in recess for about 5 minutes.
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has. Everybody has.
The judge is like, the hell did you just?
Beautiful.
Didn't chew my cookie before we came back.
Oh, I was like, what are you doing? So,
What's a chewy
yeah.
cookie?
What kind of, was it the cookies you made that one day or you got new ones?
No, it's the cookies. I just took them out of the freezer from yesterday. They're way better after they've been in the freezer.
And they became chewy? You know why? Because I told you not to cook them so long. I am a genius.
Exactly, Sniper. No cheesecake cookies.
You really should try some like raspberry cheesecake cookies.
Yeah. And you should just try not eating weird things.
That's probably never going to happen.
Well, I think the general gist was that was too long. They absolutely did nothing to try to prove that they had proven their case, other than in the last 5 minutes talked about what the statute actually means. Am I wrong?
Mm-hmm. No, I thought they hammered too much on all the lies she told, which we are aware of. You could have just summed that up in a cute little PowerPoint and moved on and really like shown this is why, child neglect. This is why, this is, like really get onto that stuff. Like, this is what we proved. So, but I don't like that. I just don't like that if they prove that it was child neglect, then it's automatically it's the felony.
Yeah, it's an
It just
enhancer to the murder charge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it just bothers me because I could see neglect. I could say, yeah, you're neglectful, but I don't know how that turns into like first degree. So
No. And
because like I
yeah,
said, saving
that
these life
carries the guilt
sentences
for
for
her kid.
people that deserve it. Yeah.
Yeah. He would just stand up and say everything the other lawyer said was just BS. They never proved anything. Please be mindful of that when you sentence my client to jail. They have no defense.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing they can hope for is that people are sitting like us and thinking, well, she left the pew-pew out somewhere during the drug deal.
Yeah.
But is that enough to call her responsible for the unaliving?
I think people will. Like, I think a jury will
Yeah.
say, "Oh, she left it out. She's neglectful." But it just bugs me that it turns into that, because of that. So I think the jury will go that way.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand it's tragic. Go ahead.
It's just Chris Mullins messed up which chat she was on. So she was in the Baby Kittens YouTube stream. If the little girl has GSR on her, it must have been close up.
Like, what?
If the attorneys can't do a closing in 30 to 40 minutes, they should just sit down. This lady has been up there for an hour and like 20 minutes and still lost any attention everyone ever had. Chrissy, I have a 30 minutes hard deadline on all openings and closing, because 45 minutes I'm on Twitter, I'm in Discord, I'm everywhere else. I'm getting something to drink, watering the roses, whatever I can do, because I lost interest. If your story isn't good enough that you can tell it in 30 minutes, you're not good enough.
Yeah, it needs to be compelling and hit those points.
One of them is you hate me. That's why we couldn't hang out. Yeah, break. We're just filling in time before the defense goes up. Defense, what would they do? Oh, is Jamie's other dad streaming too? Say hi to him.
Oh,
Say Jamie is with me now.
he's neglected me,
Yeah.
so he's abandoned me. He went to go get his gallon of milk, and he never came back.
Yeah, the pack of Newports. Yeah, and again, will this be justice? It's the same thing with Harmony. Is it true justice we're getting if she gets sent to Sing Sing for the rest of her life? I know we want to punish, but is it justice or is it just revenge? Did you just watch Formula 1 or something, Jamie?
That was not me.
Oh.
What are you doing?
You think she's responsible for her doing him doing it? As you stated, she left the pew out during the drug deal, allowing access to the gun, killing. Now I said gun. Yeah. My theory is, but the question is, does that make her guilty in felony murder?
I mean, it does in the eyes of Tennessee, right? Because if they okay, let me clarify myself, because like maybe I don't understand it right. I thought if they find her guilty for neglect, then they have to find her guilty for that, right? Can they do one or the other? Because that's what my thought is. I mean, yes, I do believe she's guilty of being neglectful and should get punished for that. But I don't believe that it's fair to say to push it to first degree, because I mean, we're putting her in prison essentially for life for a complete neglectful accident that she should pay for, but not with a life sentence. That's my whole problem with it all, Mermaid. I think it was a complete accident, and I do believe she should be held accountable, but not to the point of like life in prison. Life in prison for me should be people that truly are evil.
We ready to line the jury up? All right, get the jury lined up.
What comes into play is because of this line. A killing while committing or attempting any first-degree unaliving, terrorism, arson, rape of an adult or child, robbery, burglary, theft, kidnapping, aggravated child abuse, which she isn't charged of, but she's charged with aggravated child neglect. So it'll automatically bump it up to a first degree because of the enhancement in this part of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, even if they find that she was guilty in because Gavin got the gun, it should be felony.
Well, that's the story. I mean, she's saying Gavin did it.
If Gavin did it, she's guilty because
yeah. But that's what they're charging her with. I mean, that's essentially what they're charging her with. So that's what they're essentially saying, is that Gavin did do it.
That's why.
So,
yeah.
Well, somebody in chat was saying, are they actually saying the 2-year-old did it? I thought it was just a story. No, that's what she's being charged with.
Yeah. No matter who did it, it would hit home to that first degree.
Yeah.
Which is exactly.
Oh, sorry.
Everyone may have a seat. Wait for the call for the state. 2010.
Waive the call.
Mr. Whalen, you are recognized on behalf of Ms. Howington for your final argument.
Thank you. Good morning. I know, at least since Tuesday, you may have noticed I'm coughing. And I don't want you to hold it against Ms. Howington if that has annoyed you. Oh, I got the cough drop and I'm doing the best I can under the conditions you find me in, which is exactly what this case is about. I told you in opening statement that this is a family tragedy that the state is trying to find a way to make worse. What condition was Ms. Howington in when all this was happening? She told them twice, once at the house, about 2 minutes and 40 seconds into the discussion there, and again in that interview room, about 10 minutes, within the first 10 minutes, that she has PTSD. They know she has PTSD. No one's denying that yet. They went through her purse, found all the meds. What's this for? It's all PTSD medicine. We talked about this at Fort Iron, and some of you have had personal experience with family and friends. We talked about how it makes you want to isolate and be quiet. And so what do they say about that? Well, she was quiet. She didn't seem quite as upset as we thought she should. That's what PTSD medicine does. It keeps you from being excited. But they said, that's suspicious. Yeah, it's got to be suspicious because we don't recognize accidents. The hammer has left the room. There's got to be a motive. Not if it's an accident. Well, I guess not if it's an accident. Then in that interview, again, she's not quite as emotional as they think she should be. She says, I'm a little scared. Warlaw says, your child is dead and you don't want to talk to us. You don't care. She says, not that I don't care. I told you I was raped by a police officer. And in this rapport building exercise Mr. Riddle was conducting, she got this response.
Are you serious? Your daughter is dead?
I know that.
And you don't want to tell us who killed your child?
I don't know.
Lord have mercy. Do you have a heart? Do you have a soul?
More worried about being charged for throwing.
God, blow my eardrums out.
Thank you so much, Sniper, for the 10 gifted memberships. Sweet
Thanks,
Woman,
Pew Pew.
Rachel K, Lolita Smiles, HT, Aussie Insider, Stacey Ann, Jenny, The Boxer Brief. We're gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Sniper. Pew pew. And thank you for the 3 corner kisses from Christine over on Buy Me a Coffee.
Aw, you guys are so sweet.
That phone in the toilet.
You're fucking right. No, she will be charged. You're going to be charged with tampering. That's tampering with evidence. I'm serious to God. You're going to go to jail for that tonight. You can lawyer up, do what you want to. We want the truth from you. If you tell us the truth, then by George, I'll call the damn DA's office and tell them, hey, we'll slow a roll here. But if you're going to sit here and bullshit us on this, then we're not going to help you.
Tells me she's raped by a police officer. Now she's in the room with 2 police officers, and one of them appears to be insane. That is not a rational act. This is from a man who claims part of his unit's responsibility is investigating rape cases. Would you like to be a rape victim in Mr. Riddle's interview room? Would you wish that on your worst enemy? Now, the state's going to tell you that she lied over and over. She lied. She made up these stories. You know exactly what she told them and when she told for the first time another person that Gavin killed Destiny. And it's 15 minutes, 10 minutes maybe after the shooting that she is texting Joey, I need you to come pick up that gun. I put it beside the house. Gavin killed Destiny. So this whole thing comes down to, she just put all those elements up there on the board. Did she knowingly place the gun in a place where Gavin could get a hold of it?
Ladies and gentlemen, you will look to the court for the law. I will instruct you on the law as soon as all the argument is concluded. If there is a discrepancy between what the lawyers are telling you the law is and what the court instructs you the law is, the court is who you look to for the law. Go ahead with your argument.
So the whole incident they show you on the neighbor's video, from the time she gets home, the kids from about 8:42 till the 911 calls made at 8:50. We're talking about 11 minutes of this woman's life in the most horrible moments of her life. In this 11-minute span, she did not plan to come home from the park and fix dinner and have her son shoot her daughter. This was not a planned event, so she hadn't thought ahead about how this was going to work. But like we talked about in Voir dire, people with PTSD get triggered. Well, she got triggered. A gun is fired in the house. Her daughter has been shot. She's not allowed to go to the hospital. She's taken in a police car. And play that little snippet for you to say, she's calling Joey and saying, hey, can you do what I asked you to do? Can you do what I texted you? They didn't play the part where she says, oh my God, I hope my baby's okay. God, please let my baby be okay. Please let my baby be okay. And officer, have you heard anything about the condition of my baby? They didn't play that part. They didn't stop that when they were doing it with the officer. They say, hey, did you hear that? No, because it doesn't fit their cold, calculating story. And was there any evidence that Robin Howington is a negligent mother? Did you hear from the DCS come in here and tell you, oh God, we've had all these problems. Oh, it's horrible. These poor children.
Jamie, I got a present from my brother.
What is it? Make yourself big. I can't see. Is it like Elvis?
I'm
or
trying
something?
to slim down.
Aww.
In fact, what did the medical examiner's report show?
Oh my goodness.
Well-nourished child.
That thing is
Let's
cool.
be honest. You heard a lot of questioning that we're about. Would you leave a child who had been injured? Would you leave a child who'd been injured? Would you leave a child who'd been injured? I shouldn't have to speak these words in front of the Howington, and I apologize. This is a tragedy. The medical examiner told you Destiny couldn't live with that injury for approximately 15 to 30 seconds. That's the reserve oxygen. At that point, her heart's not beating, it's not taking oxygen from the lungs to the brain. Within 15 to 30 seconds, maybe a little more, maybe a little less, she was dead. You've heard the facts. I suggest to you that in the time it took her to see that flash and figure out where the gun was, where Gavin was, where Destiny was, if Destiny was not moving and not responding, Destiny was gone. The 911 call is 3 minutes long. Officers don't arrive for another couple of minutes. I love Officer Thomas. He's the only individual in this government process who can answer Riddle's question, don't you have a heart, don't you have a soul? And he can say yes. Because he's got a heart as big as all outdoors. He picks that child up, he carries her outside. He knows she's dead. He's been trained EMT. I talked to him about that. He's got no heartbeat. He's got no breathing. You've got no heartbeat. You've got no breathing. You're dead. Best he could say, he didn't even want to say it on that stand. Through tears, he didn't want to say it. He said, clinically, she was dead. Clinically, she's been dead for a few minutes before he got there. That's just the unfortunate truth. She shouldn't have to relive this because she shouldn't be on trial for an accident. They just got there and told you, we're not saying she wanted the child dead. We're not saying she killed the child herself. We're just holding her responsible for the fact that the child got a hold of the gun. And what were the circumstances leading up to the child getting a hold of the gun? First off, 2 days before, we've been told, and Ms. Howington told them, and they corroborated by speaking to Mr. Oliver. Mr. Oliver, how are you? Good to see you again. And to Callie. When they spoke with Mr. Oliver and spoke with Callie, they corroborated the story of what happened on the 12th. Some differences in whether or not who the instigator was. He's at her house. He's angry at Callie. Angry at Callie's there. She asked him to leave. He won't leave. It's the same man who lost her 16-year-old child at the time because he put her in the hospital.
He's such a weird guy.
And father ran in and got emergency relief and got custody of her child while she was out of consciousness in the hospital due to a beating administered by Mr. Oliver. She told him that. And the state's going to tell you, now, they didn't force her to say anything about Antoine Oliver. They didn't make her say that. I'm going to tell you, as far as I'm concerned, 10 minutes and 30 seconds into that interview ended. You can't take a woman who's got PTSD, who's just watched her child be killed in her house in front of her by her other child, jump up and down, yell and scream and cuss at her and tell her she's got no heart, she's got no soul, and then say, let's continue. You think that might have triggered her? Like she needed any more triggering? You think did Robin Howington need for either Mr. Wardlaw or Mr. Riddle to tell her, your daughter's dead? She was well aware of that fact. And I will give Mr. Riddle credit. When he took that stand and I asked him, now, if it was an officer involved shooting, the officer would be given time to review his records, his reports, maybe video. He kind of hemmed and hawed with me for a minute, but he said, okay. Yeah, policy on and off has been 48 to 72 hours to reconcile the facts. This is a trained police officer. A trained law enforcement officer would get 48 hours to 72 hours. He didn't mention anything about it.
2019, September the 15th, I believe it was.
He said 48 to 72 hours to reconcile the facts. This woman who is suffering from PTSD, who has been at Chuck E. Cheese and then out to the friend's house, and then to the park, and then comes home to feed her children, and then suffers the worst tragedy she has ever suffered, that her son gets hold of the gun and shoots her daughter. She gets questioned immediately at the house. They don't let her go to the hospital where her daughter is. They take her to the hospital an hour after the shooting, about 10:06. The doctor declares her daughter dead, comes into the room and tells her that. 40 or so minutes later, she's in an interview room at KBD. Not 48 hours, 40 minutes later. State just loves those clips. When show you those clips, they can play all the videos that exist in the world, and that's not going to convert this from a family tragedy to a murder. It's not. But one thing that is interesting is that when you look, if you look at those clips at any other time, notice the time on them. 12:45, 1:45. They're back at her house with her at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. She has been with them for a work day on the worst night of her life. And they want to say, well, then she said this, it wasn't true, this wasn't true. So see, that means she's guilty. Not that she's confused. In fact, not that Miss McDermott stood up there and said, let me show you this other video that happened the next day. It was 2 days later. Did she lie to you? No, she was confused. Can you imagine? She was confused in a courtroom where she works, in a job that is her profession, to deal with questions and answers and facts. Miss Howington was being interviewed on the worst day of her life about the worst possible circumstances. And she needs to get everything right. And if we talk about why those officers might need 48 or 72 hours, think about some of the things Ms. Howington told them. They talked about in that 17th story, that she was telling them that on the night of the killing, that Antoine gets the gun and he takes the thing out of it. He's trying to take the thing out of it. That's what she told them happened on the 12th, and what they verified happened on the 12th. He took the gun away from her. She pulls the gun. He takes the gun away. She pulls the gun and says, leave. He won't leave. He snatches the gun from her. She doesn't shoot him. She didn't even have her finger on the trigger, because if it did, when he snatched the gun, it would have fired. She's got the gun in her hand trying to make him leave. He won't do it. He takes it, breaks it apart, throws it down, and Callie went and got it. So Oliver said that, and Callie said that. And the officer testified. Mr. Riddle did, and he questioned them, and yes, that's what they said about what happened on the 12th. So Callie's the last person with the gun. She says, she tells you, I told him to put it away. Now, she's just been in this confrontation with Mr. Oliver. He's taken the gun away from her and thrown it. Callie's gone to pick it up. Do you really think she wants to deal with the gun again? She says, put it away. This is 2 days before the shooting. The state would have to ask, ma'am, why didn't you go in there the next day and check and see where that gun was? So for 2 whole days, you hadn't looked to see where your gun is? How often do you go look and see where your gun is? She tells him it's in the closet on the shelf because that's where She tells him Gavin had to climb up there on the stool because Gavin got the gun. And remember, that's what we're charged with, that Gavin got the gun. And that Ms. Howington allowed that to happen. And that's negligence. And it resulted in a death. So they're giving you that Gavin got the gun. She's in this room in her mental state that she possesses at that moment. As one of you described, how could a mother be in her right mind under those circumstances? She is under those circumstances, and she's trying to figure out how the hell did Gavin get the gun? Well, he must have got on the stool. He must have got to the closet because that's where the gun is, because that's where she keeps it. The truth of the matter, as she told you yesterday, was after Callie, she asked him to put it away. She never told Callie where she kept the gun.
Boudica, I think if you call it a clip, some people will yell loudly in chat. No, the magazine was found in the pew, but the chamber stovepiped. It didn't eject properly.
He didn't know where she kept the gun. He went and put it away, wherever away is at that point. So when they ask her where was the gun, she tells them where she keeps it. In reality, she's not thinking that Callie had it 2 days ago, and I don't know where he put it. I just assume it's where I keep it. Not the right assumption, but under the circumstances, understandable. If you want to understand it, if you believe accidents are possible, or if you don't, you just think that everything should be a murder. It's got to be a murder, there's got to be a motive, then sure, prosecute Ms. Howington for that. But that's not the facts of this case. They didn't tell her, they didn't make her throw Antoine under the bus, as she said. By God, they did. There's Mr. Wardlaw right there. What did he say to her? I'm gonna shoot you straight. I think it was very bad. I think he was upset that you were with Callie, the whole situation, and he came in and he shot her. Then the hammer spoke up. He says, I think so too. He hit the nail right on the head. You can't ask for a better sentence than he hit the nail right on the head, because he's the hammer. He don't believe that every homicide's not a murder. It's got to be a murder. And he's running around hitting the microphone because that's a nail. Hitting the lights, those are nails. To a hammer, everything's a nail. And that explains his discussion with Ms. Howington. No, you're not a grieving mother. No, you're not a rape victim. No, you're not a sufferer with PTSD. You're a liar. Fibbers are always fibbers. Well, what did these two gentlemen tell her? She's explaining to them how Gavin could have gotten his gun and how he shot his sister. Ma'am, that's not possible. That child couldn't pull the trigger. That's not true. It didn't happen. It's not possible. Now, think about this for a minute. This Howington knows what happened. She knows Gavin pulled the trigger. And she's got two professional investigators telling her, not physically possible, it didn't happen. That's going to be hard for anybody to say, I know what I know. Why are you telling me that's not possible? Well, compound that with a person who has PTSD, is medicated for PTSD, and has just been yelled, screamed at by an insane police officer who's telling her she has no soul and no heart. Were they lying? Because the TBI expert said, yeah, there's a study that was done, and 3 and 4 year olds, 25% of them, can pull the trigger on a gun with 10 pounds of trigger pull. Now, I know I'm in big trouble because Gavin's not.
I said they did interview the father, and he testified he wasn't at the scene at the day. He had been there 2 days before.
That's the youngest study they did, 3 and 4 year olds. Gavin is not 3. Gavin is 2.5. And this is a 5-pound trigger pull. And he said, as to this gun, in this case, it is possible for him to have pulled that trigger. So they lied to her. Well, wait a minute, Ms. Ram, that's not fair. Maybe they didn't know at the time. Maybe that's really the strongly held belief. How come she doesn't get that same break? How come she can't be confused? How come she has to get all of it correct the first time around? 40 minutes after being told her child was dead. And then for 4 hours into the night, into the wee hours of the morning, she's got to have it right. They wouldn't even have talked to the cops at that point. If it had been a police officer shooting, they wouldn't even have talked to him yet. We're still within 12 hours. He said, what about the first 48 hours? That's very important investigation. First 48 minutes? It's not when it's a cop involved shooting. And then, this McDermott stood right here at this record and asked, Mr. Riddle, isn't it true that police-involved shootings are different? Yes, it is. And she stopped. I got up and asked her, how are police-involved shootings any different than any other shooting? What is it different? Well, Mr. Riddle is a human being, a police officer or a citizen, using a gun, pulling the trigger, and someone getting injured and killed. Well, yeah. So, it's not different at all, is it? Well, I guess not. Now, one has to ask, why would you ask that question? And why did he say yes, knowing they weren't different? That's called perjury. You do it in that chair. And you raise your hand and say you'll tell the truth, and then just in a knee-jerk reaction to a bad question, aren't they different? Yes, ma'am. That's perjury. Why would he do that? He knew better. He absolutely knew better. So let me tell you why I think he did it. Because this, and this, that, well, a couple of those got two sides. This box and all these photographs and all these discs, there is no proof that Miss Howington knew where that gun was because Callie had put it away. So there's no proof that she knowingly made that gun available to the child. And as a negligent act. So, blows smoke. What's the biggest smoke? Let's talk for a moment about those 63 seconds. How many times Wardlaw and Riddle tell her, we ain't the dope police lady. We don't care about that. They were at her house within 2 minutes of the 911 call. They were there for another, that's 9 o'clock in the, I'll give them a few minutes. Let's say 9 o'clock at night, police arrive, so we're a few minutes earlier. They're there till 4 o'clock in the morning at least. Did anybody show you any evidence that they found Roxy's in her house? She had a purse full of prescription bottles. Did anybody show you any Roxy's that were in her purse? Did anybody say she had baggies or packaging or Roxy's in the house somewhere? So why are we talking about that? Because in that, all that up there, they don't have the evidence they need. So they just want to throw things at the wall and say, that's a bad woman, convict her. She was doing a drug deal with Mr. Key. Mr. Key, he's interested though. He testified on Friday here. They said, how'd you know Miss Howington? Oh, I met her through friends in the neighborhood. What kind of friends? Oh, I did work for people in the neighborhood. They referred her to me. She was willing to pay me a decent wage, so I did.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can judge which facts are before you and which are not. If they are facts not in evidence, you may not.
He's doing
consider
good.
it. Go ahead.
But he's going on not long again. Half an hour.
Yeah.
And then I got some pills from her because my grandma was dying. And I got some pills. That was on Friday. Monday or Tuesday, we testified. Sir, how do you know what's happening? I bought pills from her. And I asked him on the cross, I said, wait a minute, you remember Friday? You said you knew her because you did odd jobs for her, you painted her house, you cut her lawn. You took your child over to her house and her children and your child played on the trampoline while you were doing the work. And now all of a sudden, she's penalty. Huh. Now from Friday to Monday, you got a new perspective on her. Maybe because they don't have the evidence they need, so throw some at her. She told you why she put that gun outside. I'm still baffled today about Riddle's response to her in the room. Ma'am, I know your daughter's dead, but you have many more children. You need to be thinking about that. Has 2 children, one is an adult, and the other is Gavin. That's it. Destiny is gone. Gavin is the only one who's dead. Gavin, as they are telling you here today, throughout this trial, shot his sister, mortally wounding her by accident. This is a woman who has her own mental health struggles because of trauma she has suffered. And she's thinking about that boy and what's going to happen to him. He's going to spend the rest of his life knowing that he's the one who killed his sister. She does not want that. So she tells them it was some unknown man. Now, did the police start a dragnet for some unknown man? No, they couldn't. She puts the gun outside, and she says for 2 reasons. One is because she wants it out of the house. It's just been fired in the house, and it's resulted in the death of her daughter. Her son is still in the house. She puts the gun outside. She put it outside because she's also worried the police are going to blame her for some kind of possessing the weapon. She doesn't have a felony, they told her. You don't have a felony, you possess a weapon. They say, we wouldn't have gone after Gavin. What do you think? We'd arrest a 2-year-old? Well, I'd say if you're in an interview room with a woman who tells you multiple times that she has PTSD as a result of rape, and her daughter has just been killed, and you jump up and down and yell and scream and pound the table and cuss her and tell her she ain't got a heart and a soul, you don't know exactly what's on your list of things you can do.
What did you say?
It's pretty short, I'm assuming. And I am absolutely shocked. And I hope they don't get up here again, because I'm not going to get a chance to talk to you again. They can't figure out whether you remember best what you heard first or last. So they get both to the state. So they're going to get able to get back up after I sit down to talk and rebut what I told you. I don't get to do that. I just ask you to think in the back of your mind what Mr. Wade said about that. Because it's very simple, I believe, ladies and gentlemen. This was not a planned act. It happened. You don't believe that Ms. Howington was traumatized by the fact that her 2.5-year-old son shot her 5-year-old daughter. I can't tell you. And then 2 hours of the shooting.
I still don't know who pulled the trigger. She has a PTSD diagnosis, but
if that's not the most traumatic event you can imagine, I can't think of anything else. But that's the person they were talking to. Did they treat her at all like a victim in any way? No. In fact, yesterday they questioned whether or not she had been raped. Isn't it true, ma'am, that he was actually on charge with making false reports to the TBI? 2 female prosecutors.
Connor,
Just finish up your argument.
now he want to imply that they put female officers on
the
their
lawsuit, not the lawyers, Mr. Wade.
Minimizing
That's stupid.
the violence perpetrated upon Ms. Howington by the individual named by the sheriff of Sullivan County to oversee this program. And then to suggest that because someone else made decisions in Sullivan County, cut some kind of deal, that she must be lying to you about having been raped. Most rape victims don't want to talk about being raped. Certainly not in a room with two other police officers who are yelling and screaming at them. Coming into a courtroom and having to say it, talk about it. Don't be mistaken. That's what started the PTSD. That's why she was being treated. That's why she had medications for PTSD. No matter what anyone else says. And if I'm not mistaken, what was said in closing argument a minute ago was after Mr. Wardlaw threw Mr. Oliver under the bus, she said, Mr. Montgomery said, all Ms. Howington had to do was say no. Short memory. PTSD will do that to you too. I asked Mr. Wardlaw, remember what she said after you asked her, was it possible that Anthony would have killed her? Well, show it to me. Play the video. Let me see it. Here's the transcript. You said, is it possible Antoine would do it? What was her response? No. I promise you he didn't do it. It wasn't him. She said no. They wouldn't accept no. But once she got around to saying, okay, you're right. You're right, Ms. Wardlaw. I can't do this anymore. You're right. What happens then? She's now the queen of the ball. They're going to try to get her in a hotel, get Gavin there for protection. They're going to look out for her, make sure she's safe. That's what you do with investigative techniques. You're training people to give you the answers you want. And you got the wrong answer. Now they want to blame it on her. She said, I can't take it. I can't do it anymore. You're right. And the abuse stops. There's a pretty good move forward too. I tell you what you want to, what you say is true. You stop screaming at me. Triggering that PTSD, making me think I'm crazy. Because you're telling me everything I know isn't true. That's a hell of a place to be. So she told him somebody else did it. She told him she said that to protect him. And the other steps that she took after that, telling them, agreeing with them.
I'm sorry, I need to break this up because this is so monotonous and it's just the same over and over again. She has PTSD. They yelled at her, so she had to lie. She had trauma and she had PTSD. They yelled at her. She had to lie. She was yelled at. She has trauma. She got PTSD. She had to lie. Now they put two female prosecutors in here to minimize the damage that the two male officers, because she had trauma. He doesn't talk about, just like she didn't talk about who did it. He's not talking about who that she didn't do it.
Oh, yeah, you're right, Mr. Oliver. It gets up, still getting all gap. You're being told, no, she's trying to self-preservation. She's not charged with that shot. Gavin is the one who shot the child. Does it not make sense that she would try to protect Gavin? The only child, despite Mr. Riddle's math, she has left. That she doesn't want to have to suffer mental illness for the rest of his life because he shot his sister. Is that not a reasonable goal for Mama Bear to take? Everything after that just builds on that. How are you going to get, other than that is to say, Gavin did. And they start saying, that's not true, this is not true. Finally, she gets to it and says, Gavin did. And you look, well, you know, mannequin ain't work. Lay a mannequin on the side. That's somebody shot just off the top of that couch. Off the cushions of the couch, the seat of the couch.
I couldn't agree more, Joe Key.
I look out at the beat, he was pointing the gun. They kept telling us, that's not true. You had to be on top of her, shooting like this, down into her. That things are going through the couch into the floor. The couch cushion right behind her, which you lying on her side. They had all the evidence they needed to know that this was an accident.
Sniper wants to break it up too. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships to JPC, Wild Call Magic, Ralph, 707, Retsium, Kendall Kelly. Thank you, Sniper. Pew, pew.
Thanks,
Because
Sniper.
they couldn't
Pew,
give
pew.
her what they would give each other, which is 48 to 72 hours to figure out what's going on. And we hope they are not suffering from PTSD like they did. And she was. They had given her that 48 to 72 hours, they would have had time to know what happened. They would have had time to collect all that evidence at the scene and found the bullet in the cushion and stop telling her lies about where it should be and why it isn't there. And that must mean you did it. Because it's not adding up. It's not adding up because you don't know what the numbers are. You haven't done the investigation. You just drugged this woman into a room and screamed at her for 4 hours and tell her all the things that you want it to be. It's clearly a domestic. Leave that alone. We do that. Thank you for telling us that's what we needed you to do. Now we're going to help her. She didn't change her story, but they changed.
She did change the story. Malcolm, no, Jamie has a network of YouTube channels that me and Farrell and other people run for her. She's the Machiavellian behind the scene. No, Jamie is just the sweetest girl who hangs out with us when we stream.
That's really what I like to do.
She testified yesterday and she told you. And she told Wardlaw.
Thank you. Great success.
They kept telling me he couldn't have got on the steps. He couldn't have got on the stool. He couldn't have got on top of that closet. It couldn't happen. It's not physically possible. You're lying. What did she answer to Wardlaw? He either climbed up on the stool.
I keep hearing warthog.
Doesn't wear.
I can't help it now.
He either climbed up there or the gun wasn't where I put it.
It doesn't it sound like he keeps saying warthog?
Another state is proven. 4 days of testimony is that this was a horrible family tragedy. That's where it should have stayed. They're not claiming that she killed this child, but they charged her with murder. Because maybe Gavin got his hand on the gun because it was placed in the wrong place by somebody else. Elevates this to a felony murder. Only the state could try to find a way to make a family tragedy worse. Don't join them. They have failed to prove that this was anything other than that. In 4 days of testimony, all the evidence, all the questions about whether or not truthful statements were made, doesn't change what happened. 10 minutes to 9, September 14th, 2019. It doesn't change what happened at all. It's just a justification to make it more than what it seems. It's a hammer to deny the possibility of an accident. Even though now they're telling me that nobody's telling me Gavin intended to shoot. It's best leaving it. It's just a horrible accident. Let it stay there.
All right. State gets the final word. General Good, you were recognized for your final argument.
Oh, come on. Please do it very, very shortly. 43 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk a little bit about some of these numbers that Mr. Whalen just threw out, okay? Oh, so we know from the time that Miss Howington gets home from the park with her 2 kids, from the time 911 calls, just like Mr. Whalen said, it's about 11 minutes. And because of that surveillance video from the neighbors, we know what she was doing for a good amount of that time.
She should have 10,000.
So for one of those 11 minutes, she's either getting paid for window tinting or what we would submit to you is more likely a drug transaction. If you believe her statement that she came in for the very first time yesterday and sat on that stand, 3 of those minutes she was outside smoking, moving her car. And again, if you take her at her word for what she said on this stand yesterday, 4 of those minutes, she waited to call 911 after seeing her child shot in the chest. Those were her words. Because she said that she walked up to that door, that glass door, she saw the flash of light, and she saw Gavin with the gun in his hand. And it is not until 4 minutes later that she places that call to 911. Let's talk about this 48 to 72 hours that the police should have given her after she finds out that her daughter's been killed. Ladies and gentlemen, they gave her an hour, and what did she do? She hid the murder weapon, and she trashed her phone. Imagine what she could have done with 48 to 72 hours. That's why she didn't get additional time. It wasn't because the police were out there trying to investigate this murder. It had to be a murder, had to be a murder. That's not what this was at all. The person that put murder in the police officer's mind was this defendant. She called 911 and said that somebody broke into her home and shot her 5-year-old daughter while she was laying on the couch in cold blood. Nobody put that in her head other than herself. This was the plan that she was concocting in those 4 minutes that she waited to call 911.
When she was looking for her phone.
I want you to think about another thing. Mr. Whaley, he talked about the fact that Destiny probably died between 15 to 30
criminal
seconds.
Genius, guys.
Go back and listen to that 911 call. When she gets back in the house after hiding the gun, as her daughter is probably taking what will be her last breaths alone because she is outside hiding her gun, think about what she said on the 911 call. She says she's still breathing. But again, Ms. Howington's not in there rendering aid. She can't be, based on her own statements. Think about what she said yesterday on the stand. Bob was praying for her and saying her name, also while hiding the gun. Her daughter took her very last breaths while her mother was outside throwing the gun in a bush.
That is evidence not.
This same instruction you will consider, ladies and gentlemen, what evidence in the record is not final argument.
Yeah. If your case is strong, you don't have to lie.
Ms. Howington was apparently too distraught to talk to police after learning of her daughter's death. Okay? The defense keeps saying that she has PTSD, that there's no way she wasn't in her right mind, right? So there's no way that anything that she said to these investigators after finding out that her daughter had died was accurate. And that's why she was kind of all over the place. Ladies and gentlemen, she had no problem, none whatsoever, being very clear in these text messages to both Callie and to Mr. Keys. She was very clear in these messages about the events. She had no problem telling them exactly where to go to her house and find that gun that she just did. She wasn't confused about that at all, was she? But you're supposed to believe that hours later she's too distraught to give an accurate story about how her daughter died? She's too distraught to even remember who all was in her home? Is that what you're supposed to believe? She can tell these people exactly where the gun.
If you can make her scream less, then yes, I like a cute dark-haired woman.
That she did. She knows to go in a bathroom at UT Medical Center while her daughter's life lays in the balance and destroy her phone or try and give it away. She knows to do all that, but she can't possibly.
She could have taken her last breath in the house and still be in her life in a balance at the hospital.
This is final argument. You will judge what facts are within this record and what are not, ladies and gentlemen. Continue with your argument.
Again, she's too distraught to give accurate facts about what happened in the shooting, so she's not too distraught to do all these things to try and cover herself up, right? That's what you're supposed to believe. You're supposed to believe that she was protecting Gavin. That's why she did everything that she did. That's why she framed Destiny's father for murder, ladies and gentlemen. She did. Think about what she said up on that stand yesterday when I said that to her. I said, Ms. Howington, you do realize that your statements alone could have caused Destiny's father to be arrested for first-degree murder. Her response to me, verbatim, was, Antoine didn't matter. Antoine had nothing to do with this case. But she had no problem framing him for murder, as long as it didn't look like she did anything wrong. That's all this has ever been about, ladies and gentlemen. And again, you have those videos. You can go back in that deliberation room and watch them as many times as you want. You find a place in there where she tells the investigators that she hid that gun to protect her son. Because I assure you, it's not in there. What she says is, I was scared. I didn't want to be arrested for having a gun. Her. Not little 2-year-old Gavin. Her. Because the only person that this defendant has ever been worried about throughout the pendency, the 5 years that this case has been pending, she is only worried about herself. That is clear from the evidence in this case.
I would argue she was worried about her whole family. But that's
Jackpot
All right.
from the Ohio State.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are some things
Jackpot. Good to see you.
we're going to agree on, but the one thing that I will agree on is, yes, we are not standing up here in front of you and saying that Robin Howington took her gun and shot her daughter in cold blood, because we can't say that, okay? There are 3 people that know what happened in that house on September the 14th, 2019. One of them is 5-year-old Destiny. We all know that she can't come into this courtroom and tell you what happened to her. The other one is 2 years
Almost a
old.
murder case.
Because he was 2 years old, they tried to talk to him. What did he do? Rolled around the floor, drew a waterfall, drew a dog. He couldn't tell you what happened. He can't come in here in this courtroom and defend himself against his mother's allegations because he was 2 years old. The third person that knows exactly what happened in that house that night is that woman sitting right over there. And instead of being honest, instead of being truthful, when it came to who took the life of her 5-year-old child, she took every single opportunity in the world to lie and lie and lie.
I hate to object, but she can't say that Gavin can't come into the courtroom and defend himself against the accusation. That's their theory.
It's final argument. It's final argument.
Again, only person who can really tell us what happened is that woman over there. She has done nothing but lie since this case started. Even up until she
How
took
can
that
3
stand
hours
yesterday,
been so long,
that was
Jamie?
the very first time that she has ever told that person.
Wow, 3 hours.
Very first time. 5 years this case has been pending. That's the first time when she took that stand in front of you all. That's the first time you've ever heard this version. She has played the victim in this whole thing. She has. She has been more worried about herself than anything else. That is evident. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not stand up here and tell you that there is a right way to react whenever you lose your child. Every single person is going to react differently. But what I will say is that there's a wrong way to do it. Exactly what she did. You don't see your child get shot and immediately think to hide the weapon that killed her. That is not reasonable.
She didn't hide it. It was not
happened
hidden
in accident.
by any means.
If she was truly
It was not
trying to protect Gavin, why have other people try and come and get this gun? Why? There is no reason for that. There's absolutely no logical explanation, no reasonable explanation for her actions from September 14th, 2019 till she took that stand yesterday. There's just nothing she can do to explain that away. No matter how many stories she tells, that does not add up. So yeah, I will agree with Mr. Whalen. There's not a right way to act whenever you lose a child. But there is a completely wrong way. And it's everything that she did. Again, I go back to, we keep hearing that she was too distraught to be talked to during that time. If she would have been a little bit more honest and upfront, she probably wouldn't have been in that room for four hours. If she wouldn't have changed her story every 10 minutes, every time she was confronted with a new piece of evidence, she would.
Thank you, Sniper, for gifting 5 new memberships. You're so very generous. Marjorie Smith, Brad, Andrew Underhill, not Upper Hill, K-Mod, Red Queen, and Tony Green all became new members. If you want to join
Welcome,
our voice chat
guys.
on Discord like Sniper Pew Pew did yesterday, links in the description, in the members section.
Had to be in that room for 4 hours. If she wouldn't have lied and said that she saw her son take a bar stool, put it up to her closet, she wouldn't have had to go back to her house so that they could measure that. She brought all of the investigator's actions upon herself, and we want to keep talking about how Investigator Riddle yelled at her. He was frustrated, ladies and gentlemen. Again, based on the information that she has given them, they think that there is a suspect at large out there shooting 5-year-olds. How frustrating must that be? I'll tell you how frustrating it is. Investigator Riddle was frustrated. He admitted that on the stand. There is nothing wrong with the way he acted based on her actions of destroying her phone in the hospital while her daughter is being tended to. She's more worried about destroying her phone? Of course he's frustrated. That's what makes him a good investigator.
Thank you, Wrestler's Mom, for 5 gifted membership. The Expert was gifted a membership. Dave Umbach,
expert.
Mary Resnick, Zero Signal, and T-Rex. Good old T-Rexy. Thank you so much, Wrestlers.
Old Rexy.
And then we want to talk about how Investigator Wardlaw hugged the defendant. Well, the defense can't have it both ways. Okay, they can't say that the officers are overbearing and intimidating, and then in the same breath fault them for trying to console her when she's crying. They can't have it both ways, ladies and gentlemen. The defense wants to focus on what these officers did instead of looking at the evidence against Miss Howington. These officers were doing their job, and they had to do extra work because of what she did, not because of anything that they did.
And to the almost 30 people on Twitter, if you go to the YouTube, you can be a member too. You can still get the link for the Discord. Just
I
ask.
also want to talk about something that Mr. Whalen said about that Miss Howington had to know that the gun was in an unsafe place. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not what neglect is, okay? That's not what we have to show. But I would submit to you that based on her own statements, she absolutely should have known that that gun was in an unsafe place. If we want to take Miss Howington at her word, that she took this stand, she raised her hand, she took an oath to tell the truth. Maybe she did this time. So let's just assume she did. Even if we take every single word that she said yesterday, that's true. That is the definition of neglect. Think about it. Callie supposedly gets this gun, puts it back together, and she says, okay, go put it up. She doesn't ask him where he put it. She doesn't check to make sure he put it in a safe place. She just doesn't care. She goes about her business for 2 days. She is responsible for her own children in her own home. If she wants to take on having a gun in her home where her 2 children are, it is her responsibility and nobody else's. It is not Callie's. It is not anyone's. It is her gun in her home with her kids. Nobody else's. And she admitted that. She admitted that to Investigator Wardlaw the night of the shooting. He said, don't you think that it's your responsibility to make sure that your gun is kept in a safe place? Yes. She agreed then. It is her responsibility, ladies and gentlemen. She had a duty to her 2 small children to make sure that they were protected, to make sure that they were safe. And she failed miserably at it. In the 3 minutes that she now claims she was outside smoking, she says that this 2-year-old got this gun that she apparently has no idea where it is in her house. Y'all saw the pictures of Gavin. He's not very tall. It had to be somewhere pretty accessible. She didn't testify that when she walked in that there were stools pushed everywhere for him climbing this time. No, this time she didn't say that. She agreed with me that had to be pretty accessible to him. 3 minutes. That's all it took.
Yeah, let's go back to the video.
She was outside smoking, according to her own statement. And her 5-year-old daughter lost her life. And that's on her, ladies and gentlemen. That's not on Gavin. That's on their mother, Robin Howington. That's why she's on trial today. Not because the state or the investigators want to turn an accident into a murder. It's not why we're here, ladies and gentlemen. We are here because of one person's actions and one person only. It's that woman sitting right there at that table. This is a tragedy. A 5-year-old girl.
In the end of this, I just hope Destiny will get a little.
It is an absolute tragedy. I will not stand up here before you and say that it is not. But it could have been prevented. It should have been prevented by the one person who had the duty and the responsibility to do so. And like I said, failed miserably at it. For all those reasons, ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you deliver a verdict that supports the evidence in this case. The only verdict that supports the evidence is guilty as charged. Thank you all very much for your time.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the instructions in this case are 22 pages long, and I believe I can read those to you in roughly 20 minutes or so. But I'm going to give you the option. It's right at noon. The food will be here about 12:30. Would you like for me to go ahead and read the instructions, or does anyone need a break before we do that? Okay. All right. If you would pass out, the bailiffs are going to pass out copies of the court's instructions on the law. You are receiving these copies so that you will have a copy to read along with me as I read the instructions to you. When the court has concluded reading the instructions and as you're leaving the courtroom, please stack your copy up on the witness stand. Officer Morgan will help you do that. I need only the original, which bears my signature, to go back in the jury room with you to assist your foreperson in deliberations. So let me know when everybody's got one. All right, let's read along together. The evidence and argument in this case have been completed, and I will now instruct you as the law applicable to this case is stated in these instructions. It is your duty to consider all of them. The order in which these instructions are given is no indication of their relative importance. You should not single out one or more of them to the exclusion of others, but should consider each one in the light of and in harmony with the others. The indictment is the formal written accusation charging the defendant with a crime. It is not evidence against the defendant. It does not create any inference of guilt. The defendant, Robin Rebecca Howington, is charged in indictment number 117659 with the offense of first-degree felony murder as alleged in count 1, aggravated child neglect as alleged in counts 2 and 3, false report as alleged in count 4, tampering with evidence as alleged in count 5, and attempted tampering with evidence as alleged in count 6. To these offenses, she has entered a plea of not guilty. There are a total of 6 counts for you to consider, and the essential elements are as follows. First count. Any person who commits first-degree felony murder is guilty of a crime. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant or one for whom the defendant is criminally responsible unlawfully killed Destiny Oliver. And 2, that the killing was committed in the perpetration of or the attempt to perpetrate the crime of aggravated child neglect. That is, that the killing was closely connected to the alleged crime of aggravated child neglect and was not a separate, distinct, and independent event. And 3, that the defendant intended to commit the alleged crime of aggravated child neglect. The elements of an aggravated child neglect are defined in counts 2 and 3 of these instructions. The intent to commit the underlying felony must exist prior to or concurrent with the commission of the act causing the death of the victim. Proof that such intent to commit the underlying felony existed before or concurrent with the act of killing is a question of fact to be decided by the jury after consideration of all the facts and circumstances. Consideration of such factors as time, place, and causation is helpful in determining whether a killing was committed in the perpetration of the alleged crime of aggravated child neglect. The killing may precede, coincide with, or follow the aggravated child neglect and still be considered as occurring in the perpetration of the aggravated child neglect, so long as there is a connection in time, place, and continuity of action. If you find the defendant not guilty, if you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of first-degree felony murder, you will next consider the defendant's guilt for innocence of reckless homicide, a lesser included offense of the first count. Any person who commits reckless homicide is guilty of a crime. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant or one for whom the defendant is criminally responsible killed Destiny Oliver. And 2, that the defendant acted recklessly. If you find the defendant not guilty, if you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of reckless homicide, you will next consider the defendant's guilt or innocence of criminally negligent homicide, a lesser included offense of the first count. Any person who commits criminally negligent homicide is guilty of a crime. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant's conduct resulted in the death of Destiny Oliver. And 2, that the defendant acted with criminal negligence. Count 2. Any person who commits the offense of aggravated child neglect is guilty of a crime. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knowingly neglected a child, to wit, Destiny Oliver, so as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare. And 2, that the act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injury to the child. And 3, that the child was 8 years of age or less. Count 3. Any person who commits the offense of aggravated child neglect is guilty of a crime. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knowingly neglected a child, to wit, Destiny Oliver, so as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare. And 2, that a deadly weapon was used to accomplish the act. And 3, that the child was 8 years of age or less. Count 4. Any person who initiates a false report or statement to a law enforcement officer is guilty of a crime. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant initiated a report or statement to a law enforcement officer concerning an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, her report to Detective Tim Riddle that an unknown male shot her daughter. And 2, that the defendant knew the information relating to the offense reported was false. Count 5. Any person who tampers with evidence is guilty of a crime. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knew an investigation was pending and was in progress. And 2, that the defendant concealed a firearm with the intent to impair its availability as evidence in the investigation. If you find the defendant not guilty, if you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of tampering with evidence, you will next consider the defendant's guilt or innocence of criminal attempt, a lesser included offense of the fifth count. Any person who commits the offense of criminal attempt is guilty of a crime. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, the statement is proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant intended to commit the offense of tampering with evidence, and 2, that the defendant did some act intending to complete a course of action or cause a result that would constitute
Iris,
tampering
for
with evidence
reminding
under the
everyone to hit the
circumstances
like
as the
button,
defendant
and now
believed
you
them to
all
be at the
feel how
time,
Jamie
and her actions constitute a substantial
how I
step
feel
toward the
he's
commission of
guilty.
tampering with evidence. The defendant's actions do not constitute a substantial step unless the defendant's entire course of action clearly shows her intent to commit tampering with evidence. Count 6. Any person who commits the offense of criminal attempt is guilty of a crime. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, the statement must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant intended to commit the offense of tampering with evidence. And 2, that the defendant did some act intending to complete a course of action or cause a result that would constitute tampering with evidence under the circumstances as the defendant believed them to be at the
As
time,
I read it,
and
yes,
their actions
that's-
constitute a substantial step
that's
toward the
what's
commission of tampering with evidence.
Yes.
Chris
Right.
Mullen, I just said thank you, Irish, for showing everyone how I feel when Jamie yells at me and reminding you to hit the like button. And yes, the negligent, the aggravated child neglect is what makes it felony unaliving.
Yeah. So if they find her guilty of that, then they have to find her guilty of the other one, is what I'm
Yeah.
understanding, right?
Yeah, it's an automatic.
Which
Yeah.
sucks because
The defendant's
I guess-
actions do not constitute a substantial step unless the defendant's entire course of action clearly shows her intent to commit tampering with evidence. The elements of tampering with evidence are set forth as follows. 1, that the defendant knew an investigation was pending and was in progress. And 2, that the defendant altered a thing, to wit, a cellular phone, with the intent to impair its availability as evidence in the investigation. In reaching your verdict, you shall first consider the offense charge and numbered counts 1 through 6 of indictment number 117659.
Yeah, but as I've understood what he read, it has to be in direct correlation with the unaliving.
Yeah.
So have they proven that this kid was unalived because she left the gun out?
Well, they didn't prove that she left it out, in my opinion. I didn't say
No,
anything.
and I actually wrote down that that the aggravated child neglect had to be willful. And I'm not sure I see that.
Yeah, I mean, everything
If you
happened in a
unanimously
matter
find
of
the
10 minutes.
But still, she will be guilty.
Been guilty of that indicted offense beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall return a verdict of guilty for that offense. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of that offense or have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of that offense, you shall then proceed to consider whether or not the defendant is guilty of the next lesser included offense in order from greatest to least within that count. You shall not proceed to consider any lesser included offense until you have first made a unanimous determination that the defendant is not guilty of the immediately preceding greater offense, or you unanimously have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of that offense. If you have a reasonable doubt of the guilt of the defendant as to all offenses charged included in that count, you shall return a verdict of not guilty and proceed to the next count. Adversely affect the child's health and welfare may include, but not be limited to, the natural effects of starvation or dehydration. Child means a person
Hopefully
under
not long.
18
I
years
have
of
a body.
age. Injury includes a cut, abrasion, bruise, burn, or disfigurement, physical pain or temporary illness, or impairment of the function of a body member, organ, or mental faculty. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that involves a substantial risk of death, protracted unconsciousness, extreme physical pain, protracted or obvious disfigurement, or protracted loss or substantial impairment of the function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty, or broken bone of a child who is 8 years of age or less. Serious bodily injury to the child includes, but is not limited to, second or third degree burns, a fracture of any bone, a concussion, subdural or cranioid bleeding, retinal hemorrhage, cerebral edema, brain contusion, injuries to the skin that involve severe bruising, or the likelihood of permanent or protracted disfigurement, including those sustained by whipping children with objects. Recklessly means that a person acts recklessly when the person is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the alleged victim will be killed. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. The requirement of recklessly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted knowingly or intentionally. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly.
Anyone who have had an ad other than when you came into the channel, could you please put a 1 in the chat? Because I have turned it off. So if they're still doing it, I could just leave it on so I get the money for it, because right now it goes to YouTube.
With respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established or is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious, objective, or desire to engage in the conduct to cause the result. Criminal negligence means that a person acts with criminal negligence when the person ought to be aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the alleged victim will be killed. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that the failure to perceive it constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. The requirement of criminal negligence is also established and is shown that the defendant acted intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. Bodily injury includes a cut, abrasion, bruise, burn, or disfigurement, and physical pain or temporary illness or impairment of the function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. Law enforcement officer means an officer, employee, or agent of government who has a duty imposed by law to A, maintain public order, or B, make arrests for offenses, whether that duty extends to all offenses or is limited to specific offenses, and C, investigate, should say, or C, or investigate the commission or suspected commission of offenses. During the trial, you heard the expert testimony of Dr. Amy Halls, MD, who was described to us as an expert in the field of forensic pathology, Kyle Osborne, formerly of the TBI, who was described to us as an expert in the field of microanalysis and gunshot powder residue, Lad Kuykendall, TBI, who was described to us as an expert in the field of firearm and tool mark identification, and Terry Pate, KPD, who was described to us as an expert in the field of narcotics investigation. The rules of evidence provide that if scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge might assist the jury in understanding the evidence or in determining a fact and issue, a witness qualified as an expert by reason of special knowledge, skill, or experience may testify and state his opinions concerning such matters and give reasons for his testimony. Merely because an expert witness has expressed an opinion does not mean, however, that you are bound to accept this opinion. The same as with any other witness, it is up to you to decide whether you believe this testimony and choose to rely upon it. Part of that decision will depend on your judgment about whether the witness's background or training and experience is sufficient for the witness to give the expert opinion that you heard. You must also decide whether the witness's opinions were based on sound reasons, judgment, and information. You are to give the testimony of an expert witness such weight and value as you think it deserves, along with all the other evidence in the case. Any attempt by a person to conceal or destroy evidence is a circumstances which, when considered with all the facts of the case, may justify an inference of guilt. While that inference is by no means strong enough of itself to warrant conviction, yet it may become one of a series of circumstances from which guilt may logically be logically inferred. Whether the evidence presented proves beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant so acted is a question for your determination. If this fact is proven, this fact alone does not allow you to find the defendant is guilty of the crime alleged. However, since an attempt by a defendant to destroy or conceal evidence may be caused by a consciousness of guilt, you may consider this fact, if it is so proven, together with all the other evidence when you decide the guilt or innocence of the defendant. On the other hand, a person entirely innocent of a particular crime may attempt to destroy or conceal evidence, and this may be explained by proof offered by the facts and circumstances of the case. Whether there was any attempt to destroy or conceal evidence by the defendant, the reasons for it, and the weight to be given to it are questions for you to determine. Evidence has been introduced in this trial of a statement or statements by the defendant made outside the trial to show an admission against interest. An admission against interest is a statement by the defendant which acknowledges the existence of truth of some fact necessary to be proven to establish the guilt of the defendant, or which tends to show guilt of the defendant, or is evidence of some material fact but not amounting to a confession. While this evidence has been received, it remains your duty to decide if in fact such statement was ever made. If you believe a statement was not made by the defendant, you should not consider it. If you decide the statement was made by the defendant, you must judge the truth of the facts stated. In so determining, consider the circumstances under which the statement was made. Also consider whether any of the other evidence before you tends to contradict the statement in whole or in part. You must not, however, arbitrarily disregard any part of any statement, but rather should consider any statement you believe was made and is true. You are the sole judge of what weight should be given such statement. If you decide a statement was made, you should consider with all the other evidence in the case in determining the defendant's guilt or innocence. At times during the trial, I have ruled upon the admissibility of evidence. You must not concern yourself with these rulings. Neither by these rulings, the instructions, nor by any other remark do I mean to indicate any opinion as to facts or as to what your verdict should be. The statements, arguments, and remarks of the attorneys are intended to help you in understanding and applying the law, but they are not evidence. You should disregard any statements made that you believe are not supported by the evidence. You are the exclusive judge of the facts in this case. Also, you are exclusive judge of the law under the direction of the court. In applying the law of the facts and deciding this case, you should consider all the evidence in the light of your own observations and experience in life. The law presumes that the defendant is innocent of the charge against her. This presumption remains with the defendant throughout every stage of the trial, and it is not overcome unless from all the evidence in the case you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden never shifts but remains on the state throughout the trial of the case. The defendant is not required to prove her innocence. Reasonable doubt is that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in this case. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute the offense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after an examination of all the facts of this case. If you find the state has not proven every element of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find the defendant not guilty. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the crime charged, that the crime, if in fact committed, was committed by this defendant in Knox County, Tennessee, and that it was committed before the finding and returning of the indictment in this case. Some of you have taken notes during the trial. Once you retire to the jury room, you may refer to your notes, but only to refresh your own memory of the witness's testimony. You are free to discuss the testimony of the witnesses with your fellow jurors, but each of you must rely upon your own individual memory as to what a witness did or did not say. You should not view your notes as authoritative records or consider them as a transcript of the testimony. Your notes should carry no more weight than the unrecorded recollection of another juror. It is your job to decide what the facts of this case are. You must decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness said. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. There is no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. 1, was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? 2, did the witness seem to have a good memory? 3, how did the witness look and act while testifying?
Oh, wow.
Did the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth, or did the witness seem to evade the questions? 4, has there been any evidence presented regarding the witness's intelligence, respectability, or reputation for truthfulness? 5, does the witness have any bias, prejudice, or personal interest in how the case is decided? 6, have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influences that affected how the witness testified? 7, in general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all the other evidence in the case? Sometimes the testimony of different witnesses will not agree, and you must decide which testimony you accept. You should think about whether the disagreement involves something important or not, and whether you think someone is lying or is simply mistaken. People see and hear things differently, and witnesses may testify honestly but simply be wrong about what they thought they saw or remembered. It is also a good idea to think about which testimony agrees best with the other evidence in the case. However, you may conclude that a witness deliberately lied about something that is important to how you decide the case. If so, you may choose not to accept anything that witness said. On the other hand, if you think the witness lied about some things but told the truth about others, you may simply accept the part you think is true and ignore the rest. A witness may be impeached by proving that he or she has made some material statements out of court which are at variance with his or her evidence on the witness stand.
Yes.
However, proof of such prior inconsistent statements may be considered by you only for the purpose of testing the witness's credibility and not as substantive evidence of the truth of the matter asserted in such out-of-court statements. Further, a witness may be impeached by a careful cross-examination involving witness and contradictory, unreasonable, and improbable statements. However, immaterial discrepancies or differences in the statements of witnesses do not affect their credibility unless it should plainly appear that some witness has willfully testified falsely.
People are thinking
when a witness is thus impeached, the jury has the right to disregard his or her evidence and treat it as untrue, except where it is corroborated by other credible testimony or by the facts and circumstances proved in the trial. The defendant, having testified in her own behalf, her credibility is determined by the same rules by which the credibility of other witnesses is determined, and you will give her testimony such weight as you may think is entitled. The guilt of the defendant, as well as any fact required to be proved, may be established by direct evidence, by circumstantial evidence, or by both combined. Direct evidence is those parts of the testimony admitted in court which refer to what happened and was testified to by witnesses who saw, heard, or otherwise sensed what happened firsthand. If witnesses testified about what they themselves saw, heard, or sensed the defendant do, they presented direct testimony about what the defendant did at the time they saw, heard, or otherwise sensed. Circumstantial evidence is all the testimony exhibits which give you clues about what happened in an indirect way. It consists of all the evidence that is not direct evidence. Do not assume that direct evidence is always better than circumstantial evidence. According to our laws, direct evidence is not necessarily better than circumstantial evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a fact if it is convincing enough. Thus, the important thing for you to keep in mind is whether a piece of evidence is convincing beyond a reasonable doubt, and not whether it is direct or circumstantial. The verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror, and each juror must agree thereto. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement if you can do so without violence to your own individual judgment.
No,
Each of you must decide the
each
case for
have
yourself,
a-
but do so only after
have a
impartial
copy of-
consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if convinced it is erroneous. But do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. You can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and the evidence to have any influence upon your verdict. You must render your verdict with absolute fairness and impartiality as you think justice and truth dictate. If you find that the state has proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should say her guilty. On the other hand, if you find the state has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant's guilt, or if you have a reasonable doubt as to her guilt, then you must find her not guilty. When you retire to the jury room, you will first select one of your members as foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. You'll be provided with a form for all possible verdicts. In this case, the jury will complete the verdict form and your foreperson will sign the verdict form. When you have reached a verdict, you will return with it to this courtroom and your foreperson will deliver it to the court.
Oh my God.
The first alternate will be Mr. Dagnan. You'll be the first alternate. I'll give you further instructions on what that means here in just a minute. An alternate.
Hey.
Yeah, he just doxed a juror.
Oh.
Yeah, but I didn't know Farrell when I gave her a wrench.
Oh boy, Aunt.
Be
He's
excused
just.
and go. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, thank you very much for being here with us today. You'll exit out the back door in a moment with the rest of the jurors. As long as your fellow jurors will not discuss the case, you all can eat lunch together. It should be here in just a few minutes, but it's critically important for the other 12 of you who will decide the case that you're only deliberating and discussing the case when it's just the 12 of you within the room. Does everybody understand? For the other 12 of you, the case is now yours for deliberation. Mr. Dagnan with the bailiffs will make you
Mr. Dagnett has been named twice.
a separate room where you're going to be.
Well,
They'll do their very best to make you comfortable, separate apart from your fellow jurors. In the event that one of your fellow jurors fell ill or could not continue to serve for whatever reason, you would replace that juror and deliberations would begin anew with you as a part of the panel. As stated a moment ago, for the other 12 of you, the case is now yours for deliberation.
Yeah, and on the
Select one of
International
your members
Women's
as
Day,
foreperson, and we will await your
notice
unanimous
I have
verdict.
only
You may now
one
discuss the
male.
case. If you would, as you exit the courtroom, please leave your copy of the instructions on the table. I'm getting ready to sign the original, which will go back with you. All rise for the jury.
Well,
well.
dinner time. I'm not going to make the party that starts in stop in 20 minutes.
Aww.
Doesn't matter. I wasn't going in 20 minutes anyway. I'm going to go at 9 or 10 or something. I don't want to sit and talk to all these idiots. I mean, all my former classmates who I miss dearly.
Yeah, clearly you miss them so much.
Well, let's do the poll. Now Farrell's here.
She likes polls.
She likes polls.
I love you, Farrell.
Jamie said it first, Farrell. Guilty in the lesser got 46%, guilty in all 36%, hung 12%, not guilty 4%. Yesterday, we had guilty on all 41%, so that dropped 5%. Guilty in lesser went up 5%, hung jury went up 2%, and not guilty went down 2%. That's interesting.
That's interesting.
So, yeah. Well, Jokey, no one wants to talk to you. You're right.
name. I love it. Jokey.
I still think it was Chokey.
I told everybody that we were laughing about. I thought we were laughing about Jokey, and then you were like, "No, I thought it was Chokey the whole time." But it's still funny to me.
For all the new people, I don't hate cheese. I just hate certain kinds of cheese. I hate all the moldy cheese. I hate cheesecake. I hate cheese in Danish. I hate cheese with cumin in it. Not human.
Cheese with cumin in it.
Yeah.
Who's
I'm not
putting
a big-
cumin in cheese?
That's a big thing in Denmark. I hate smelly cheeses. I hate those old ones that taste like the bottom of a foot. Why I know how bottom of a foot tastes, don't ask me. I had a degen side once. And goat cheese, sheep cheese, whatever cheese. I like
Sheep
a Havarti
cheese?
cheese. Like, I love cheeseburgers. I love those kind of cheeses. It's just a few little cheese items I'm not a fan of. Well, a few. Most of it. Just don't put it in my cakes.
I know, MG. I was putting cumin in cheese.
I do like it on my Taco Bell. Yo quiero.
And
El
that's probably
queso.
the fakest cheese of all.
Nope, no, it's some Taco Bell stuff.
Of course. So it makes it real.
Yeah. You're a cheeseaholic. The only 12 step I'm going is to take it to the fridge. Well, I like those mild cheeses.
I love cheese. I wouldn't marry cheese if I could. I love cheese so much.
5 stars. No, Scott McGinnis. But can you tell these Americans that we do have cumin cheese in the real world? No.
I can't with you.
Yeah, it's an old folks. Some even put it in their bread. Ugh. My dad used to have.
But you don't like bagels and cream cheese either?
I don't like cream cheese, Jamie. That's one of the first things you learned about me. And I never had a bagel. You know
No.
that. I've said it 100
You
times.
did say you never had a bagel. Because, like, best of both worlds, like an Asiago, everything bagel with tons of cream cheese is like the best thing ever.
Oh, a pepper jack is good too. And those Tex Mexes, that's great. That's Mexican, Jamie, because it's in the name.
A Tex-Mex, gotcha.
Yeah. Oh, provolone cheddar, great, good. But no cream cheese, no cottage cheese.
Cottage cheese is so good too. I put it in my scrambled eggs.
Yeah, but you're wrong on so many things. Yeah, I like the brown goat cheese. It's sweet. No, because we're Danish, so we just make buns instead.
Goodness.
But just before I put word crack on and go make me some dinner, let's clear our minds.
My child just fell down.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has. Everybody has.
The judge is like, the hell did you just?
I love him.
I love Glenn.
I'm just putting up another poll for how long before the verdict.
I don't discriminate against bagels with anything on them, but I like cream cheese. And I like the Asiago everything bagels. They're yummy. Oh yeah, the feta stuffed olives are my favorite, Farrell. You can get them at the Aldi's. They're so
I hate
good.
feather.
Feta stuffed in an olive. Oh, could it get any better than that?
Well, I can show you what's on my new shirt. I don't. I would have to go find my spring stall. This is on my new shirt. You can get that at my spring stall. You can get it on a coffee mug as well.
The Aldi's.
Aldi. Oh, I should take it off so people can play the game while I eat. And it's just Aldi is just like Lego. You can't. You don't have multiple of them. It's just Aldi. Well, there was dinner, so yeah. You can see the design over here and see if it fits any of you. You're gonna chill in Discord? Yeah, maybe go in there and yell at each other. Be nice to each other. Let everyone talk. Play nice. And for the people over on Twitter, I would put out a tweet if anything happens. But when I'm done eating, we will be looking at the Kayla Montgomery parole hearing if nothing else happens. And Farrell will try to win words on screen today. She's probably the second I pop off. She's just because she has the back door.
Yeah.
Giggity, giggity, giggity. I'm sorry, Farrell. Thank you, Fro. I'm so happy I have you. And if any of you over on Twitter want to play along with the game, you have to be in the comment section on the YouTube side. But chill out, have fun. We'll be back shortly.
I can't take this. I cannot take this.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has. Everybody has.
The judge is like, the hell did you just?
Hey, everybody, and welcome back. Marissa, don't yell. You timed it perfectly. And thank you for the corner kisses. Or brushes. Hey, Donna T is here. How you doing? No verdict, but there is a sentencing in the John Dealey case. Some of you might have followed me when we covered this. This is the bar fight that ended up with a young man getting 8 new holes in his body after they stepped to a bigger guy because of some ladies. He was found guilty. So I thought we would cover the sentencing while we were waiting for the verdict in the other one. We're not back for the other case. We are back for a sentencing in the John Dealey case. It's from, it was New Hampshire as well. New Hampshire is, it's a pretty big contributor to this channel. Just gonna pull the other one over here so I can watch along if anything happens here. Sorry. This was a guy who were out drinking. 3 guys kind of started stepping to some girls he knew. He went over there and told one of them, maybe don't do that. And they sucker punched him, went outside, threatened him with some mace. He pulled out a pew-pew. They kept following him, and the guy who had sucker punched him again and got 8 new holes. Why? What did I do? That's a threat. Yeah, you were here, Colleen. You watched that. I hate cottage cheese. Yeah, he defended himself. In my opinion, they kept stepping up on him. They hit him multiple times, and but again, he was found guilty. You had the best Scottish dinner, a curry pot noodle, and a tin of iron brew. I like iron brew, especially the energy drink. That's great. It's a soft drink.
Okay.
Julie, can you tell her what iron brew is? She doesn't believe me. Yeah, he was defending himself. They kept stepping to him, 3 against 1, and one of them hit him, and he made some holes in him, and he got convicted. I will. Yeah, it's an old case. Did we cover it December? I believe we covered it January.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago.
No, yeah, well,
It was only like what, 3 days or so, so it was really fast.
yeah, and it was. Oh, I don't remember the old lady.
Yep. Because we were like, oh god, who's she gonna be taken down?
Yeah, especially he's a big guy.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently, yeah, there was a lot of pressure in the community to find him guilty. It's not radioactive soda. It's good. Iron Brew is the best orange drink in the world. Cures everything from plague to a hangover.
There we go.
Well, no, she's probably not a day over 90. It's the oldest bailiffs I've ever seen in this courtroom.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're not that old, Stacy. You need an Iron Brew for your headache. You should have an Iron Brew. I like them. They have it's an orange soda, but it has I wouldn't say a weird taste, but it's a different taste from what you would normally think an orange soda would taste like.
And it's carbonated?
Yeah.
It's got a weird, I love when you say it's got a weird taste. Like, what's the weird taste?
Well, you can't really explain it. It's kind of fruity, but still, it's not. It doesn't taste like a Fanta. Because normally you'll think, well, an orange soda must be like a Fanta, but it doesn't taste like a Fanta, Jamie.
Okay.
I
I
can
don't
tell you
drink
that
orange
much.
soda, so I have no idea what a Fanta tastes like.
It tastes like oranges and sugar.
I only like Dr. Pepper and like Coke.
You feel the same way about Fresca. Yeah, Fresca is that has a weird taste too. It's good weird taste.
Yeah.
Well, 53 isn't that old. Well, I won't know. I'm 27. It sounds like it should taste like iron, but it doesn't. It's good. You shut your mouth. Dr. Pepper is the best soda in the world. The chat believed 2 to 4 hours for the verdict. And more people thought it would be all night long than 6 to 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Liquid Death lime flavor. What's that?
Liquid Death lime flavor?
What's Liquid Death?
Wow.
Isn't that a water?
Oh. Liquid Death?
Yeah.
I don't know. Never heard of it in my life.
Yeah, I think because Kaiser had that once on his show when I was Liquid Death. It's water. Most people die from water.
Water?
Water, Jamie. Hey, Flux. Come on. It's an energy drink. Okay, it's not water. I thought it was water. It is water. I love chat. It's water. No, it's not water. It's water. It's not. What is that schoolgirl outfit the court reporter has on? It's Friday, but still.
With the boots?
Yeah, high boots and a checkered shirt and a nifty little. I like flavored sparkling water as well.
Hi, Flux.
And A flap for good luck. And we got a cover.
Yep.
Oh, are they gonna spend hours on how long he's gonna be sentenced?
I hope not. Well, I mean, it's gonna.
Are we
Well,
gonna hear
remember,
weekly
they're gonna.
impacts?
Yes, this is the whole shebang.
Oh, Jamie.
Well, I mean, they got to talk about little Timmy.
Yeah.
Was that his name? Timmy?
Yeah, Timmy the Twink.
Timmy, the 5'6" guy who thought he was like a tough guy.
Yeah, because he did MMA.
Mm-hmm.
Flux could beat him with one arm tied behind her back.
Well, yeah.
Well,
His buddies were.
A 42-year-old felon was out with two of his boys, and one of those boys thought they should hit on 3 girls. One of these girls had her kind of boyfriend at the same bar. She went over and said, "Oh, this guy is harassing us," or something like that. He went up and said, "Hey, Twink, get away from her." And he went away. And then he went down and talked to his drug dealer buddy, who turned around and sucker punched the guy who we are going to sentence today. They got into a bit of a scuffle. He went outside and did as every 22-year-old man would do, said, "Hey, you want to fight? You want to fight?" And walked around on the street. They came over with a can of mace. He pulled out a pew-pew, and then he walked off. The guy who had harassed the ladies came outside from the bar. All 3 of those guys followed the guy who's convicted, and the little guy punched him again, and he put some holes in him.
Yep.
I liked his sweater. Yeah, he had that 80s sweater.
And we watched it, and we honestly felt like there was self-defense in this one, but the
Because
jury did not agree.
he was hit in the face right before.
And they followed him.
Yeah, 3
They
guys.
followed he left and walked away down the alley, and they followed him down the alley. And the guy came out of the bar and then was looking for him. So I don't know. There's just a lot of that going on.
Exactly. Examon, it's so fun. All the comments you get on Rumble is always, "Hey, I watched your channel. You have a great potential. Call me. I can help you with making your channel grow even bigger." And it's always someone in Nigeria.
Your favorite. Stacy. So the guy
Well, he got maced, didn't he? Yeah, he got. No,
yeah,
they
he
only
sprayed
threatened him
it.
with the
Wait,
mace.
no,
they
they threatened him.
They threatened him with the
No.
mace. He pulled out the pew-pew, dropped the pew-pew, and they walked away.
But the people that were antagonizing him were the ones that had the mace.
Yeah.
Not the pew-pew guy. The other people.
He was found guilty, and apparently we had some people from the local area said he will never be found not guilty in this courtroom.
Yeah.
The hatred.
Yeah, we had a couple people that came in that actually knew him personally and said he was a very nice guy, not violent at all. And they didn't have anything on him like that to say, oh, he just goes to the bar every weekend and starts fights with people and stuff like that.
No. No, he seemed like a gentle giant who just he got sucker punched and got heated.
And they had video camera of all the interactions in the bar, and he was just standing there minding his own business, and the guy walked up to him. It was Sweater Guy. What was it? I love that sweater.
Yeah, that was
He was,
amazing sweater.
and sweater guy walked up to him and just clocked him right in the face and
Yeah.
started a fight out of nowhere.
But
But a lot of people felt like because of the size of him compared to the other guys that he shouldn't have used the pew pew, and that's kind of like where everybody was arguing. So
I don't drink, eat, or take my clothes off for money. But thank you for the offer. Yeah, he missed once. He put he put 7 holes and spent 8 attempts.
and it was like quick. They had the shots on audio too, and you could hear it was just like
Yeah,
it
and
was
I
so
think
fast.
it was 3.2 seconds or something like that.
Oh,
Jury
hold on.
in
Red
Robin's
says there's
case,
a jury question.
I have it on my screen. Nothing has happened yet. Yeah, they fell on the floor and fought. If they're going to do all the victim impact statements and that, we'll just pull up the jury question.
This is the bar fight guy. Remember him from Massachusetts?
There was Swacia in that sweater robe.
That sweater, I will say.
I don't think so.
But he's a
No, we don't.
big
We didn't hear
guy.
anything. We didn't hear anything about it.
I felt bad for him too.
Yeah.
Look at him, he's huge. I think his size was a lot of the big problem too.
Yeah. Yes, sentencing.
Yes,
Irish.
sentencing.
This is the matter of the state versus John DeLay. Counsel, can you please identify yourselves for the record?
Scott Chase for the state, Your Honor.
Rachel Harrington for the state.
Benjamin Faulkner for John DeLay. Patrick Colario for John DeLay. Good afternoon. And to my right is Judge Kennedy.
Yes, this is the girls who went down there and said, "Oh, they're bad guys."
Oh yeah, and the girls, they were such antagonizers too.
Thank you very much. I did.
If they wouldn't have said anything,
I saw that there was a letter uploaded by you on behalf of your client, which I had a chance to read, and the video. I believe that you submitted the case line, so I watched that.
We are in verdict watch.
Just before coming out to the bench, and I have read both of the sentencing memoranda as well. So
I do have it up.
just following up on that video, just for purposes of the record, the state had a witness prepared to testify. An agreement was reached between counsel, so defense had no objection to that video. So I just want to cover that for the record. Thank you. Your Honor, I tend to be brief. From the state's perspective, this is about the victims and their opportunity to address the court and express the grief and the trauma that they've experienced. Obviously, the state has extensively addressed its position in the memorandum, and so I will rely upon that as well as Your Honor's observation of the courtroom, the evidence that came in. The state, would note we would contest various aspects and errors within the defendant's sentencing memorandum, but I will save the back and forth on that. But one point I do think that is important is that what the defendant is asking for is a manslaughter.
New Hampshire.
That the jury had an opportunity to consider, and they expressly rejected. This case is a second-degree homicide, not just a reckless homicide, but a knowing second-degree homicide. This is not a case in which the defendant should be sentenced consistent with a manslaughter. The court is well aware of typical manslaughter sentences and comparative homicide sentences. The defendant should be sentenced justly and appropriately consistent with his conviction. Beyond that, Your Honor, happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I'd ask for the court's permission for the victims to be heard. Please. Thank you. So
For
first,
life or
it's gonna be
it's
Alan
as the court may
Couliot.
order.
The monitor has the spellings, Your Honor, and this is Timmy's father.
Why is it?
All right. Good afternoon. This would be my first public speaking. This is the first time that I had to open my heart in front of the courtroom and to the whole world on behalf of Timothy Pouliot, my beloved son. I never thought how hard it was going to be to write an impact statement from my heart for the murder of a barbaric execution of my son Timothy.
What?
I would like to say to the court and to the world, I am not here to judge anybody. That's God's job. It's because we all sin and we all fall short of the glory of God.
Joe Key, this is the sentencing in the John DeLee case, a case we covered some months ago, and I don't like he just said
Execution.
that he was executed. His little
Yeah.
pure boy antagonized 3 ladies, had his friend sucker punch a guy, and then went into another fight and punched him in the face. That's not. Someone should have taught their son better. I'm sad your son is dead, but
Yes.
he was out looking for trouble with his buddy who had 2 felonies at least.
They told him to leave him alone, and they didn't. They
I
continued.
pray that God would give comfort to anyone that is still mourning the death of Timothy. I would like to thank the court and the prosecution for their time and for the amazing hard work and dedication that was done in piecing together the evidence and witnesses that led to the conviction of John DeLee. My beloved son Timothy deserves to be honored and receive justice for his senseless murder by a barbaric execution. I remember that day when I got a knock at the door saying that your son got shot and killed outside on Old Greenwich Street, right next to Soho, near the Club Goat, where he came out of. And when I was told he was shot and killed, at that moment, I didn't have any emotions. That's how much of a shock it was to me. There were a lot of good times that I had with my beloved son, Timothy. I never got to say goodbye to my son. That is the hardest thing that I will have to live with for the rest of my life.
Women.
I am deeply saddened that I will not be able to make any more happy memories of Timothy. I will never be able to see him again here on earth, but I will see him again at the rapture of the church or in heaven when I die. I can't wait for the day. It will be the happiest day of my life. I really wanted to be a part of his wedding. Also, Timothy will be able to see his daughter Arabella get married.
You had a daughter?
Now he can't be a part of her wedding.
What? We were never told that during
or
the
any
trial.
special events that will happen in her life.
We never have anything like that in Denmark.
I'm really thankful that the Lord allowed me to see Timothy for the short time
No, he's the barbaric monster who killed the
before
son.
he was killed in an execution-style shootout. It will bother me forever.
Jamie,
knowing the way.
I'm about to turn this off. I feel sorry for this guy, but what he is saying now absolutely don't line up with any of the evidence in the case.
No.
It wasn't a barbaric style execution. His son had a Darwin Award written all over his face, and he wouldn't be able to see his little daughter grow up. He was antagonizing 3 young ladies at a bar. If he hadn't gotten into trouble with this big guy, he would be me too by these 3 ladies. He didn't take no for an answer. I know you're hurt, but you're going to ruin another man's life by your lies. I'm sorry, I get angry.
That he
I
was
know.
killed
I agree.
and why he was killed. My beloved son Timothy was coming over to spend time with us, and I got to see my granddaughter also. Timothy wanted me to sign up to trade with him online. He was helping me sign up, and he traded on my account for me, and he was happy about me trading. That was the last time that I saw him alive. I didn't think this would be the last time that I would be able to talk with him and enjoy his company anymore. that breaks my heart and soul, especially as a dad. Anybody that met Timothy, they fell in love with his positive energy and his passion for life, was on fire and was inspiring in his selfless love for people. There were some people that said that Timothy changed their lives in many ways. I never thought that one of my children would be the victim of gun violence. Now I know what it feels like. It's like you're having a nightmare, but you can't wake up from this dream. This experience will last a lifetime. Timothy was a very intelligent person. His light shines so bright towards people on social media. He always thought of others before himself. He also helped people if he could without asking for money. He never put that righteous light under a lampstand and hide it from anyone. He showed people that what he stood for, and Timothy had a positive future. He could have completed the things that he wanted to achieve to the course of his life. The people he definitely would have blessed with his love, compassion, his selfless acts of love towards people. Timothy had such a gifted soul. I will miss that a lot. Also, his positive ideas and encouragement to anyone he met in person or on social media. Timothy liked helping people. He cared about people. He was also, I was so proud of him when he graduated high school. I am still proud of who he became as a young man who searched after God's own heart. He thought he could help people, even if it endangered his own life.
He drove
told
30
me
miles
that he
to
was not afraid
collect
of
the drug
dying.
dealer he took to a
Every
bar.
time I wake up, I think of Timothy and I miss him dearly. All day long, I think of why he had to lose
I
his
know.
life. Why him?
Sorry, I shouldn't be
There's a
angry at
saying,
victim effects.
only
You
good
feel
people
you lost
die
them. You're
young,
going to
the
ruin
ones
another
that
man's
make
life by
the
your life.
most impact in society. I wanted to give some of my possessions to my son, Timothy, when it was my time, but I never thought that it would be him, that I would be going to his funeral instead of me. You never thought that you would have to say goodbye to your son and bury one of your loved ones before you. That is the most terrifying thing that could happen to you. How could such a gifted, loving heart die the way he did? It's incomprehensible. My beloved son, Timothy, will always be in my heart. Timothy will always be a thorn in my heart forever to remind me of how much I really loved my beloved son, Timothy, and how short of a time that we have with our loved ones. They're here today and gone tomorrow. In 2 Timothy 4, verse 7 through 8, my son Timothy fought the good fight. He has finished the race. He has kept the faith henceforth. There I laid up for me the crown of righteousness. In John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his one and only son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. I will always love you, my beloved son, Timothy. You will remain in my memories, in my heart forever. This is to you, John. The message is for you, John, from God. In Proverbs 18 through 5, it says, to do righteous and justice is more acceptable to the Lord than sacrifice. When justice is done, it is joy to the righteous, but terror to evildoers. Proverbs 29:26, it is not good to be partial to the wicked or to deprive the righteous of justice. John, you didn't study the law before you bought your gun, on strict rules of owning a gun, especially about self-defense. Because you neglected it, you are now suffering the highest consequence. John, you destroyed your life when you killed Timothy. What kind of life do you have now? Soon you will be losing your freedom for a very long time because you barbarically executed and murdered Timothy.
Barbarically?
You had to shoot him 8 times and watch him die for 30 seconds. He had to live. And you watched him drown in his own blood, and then you walked away. You deserve to lose your life. But God is giving you mercy today. You called him Manchester scum. Some people live not so great areas, but they are the most loving and giving people that I ever met. It is not the town you live in, the state, or the country you live in that defines a person. It is your heart, your morals, and what you believe in. It's about the you know what war this country and the freedoms that you have, John, sacrifice
What is happening?
were made so that we could live in a peaceful society. This action you did disgraces the country for all who fought and died to have the freedoms that you have today. You don't deserve any of the freedoms that our forefathers fought. You call shooting somebody in the back self-defense by shooting Timothy and lowering a gun to the ground till he was dead in anger. And you started this whole thing yourself. This senseless execution style murder is all yours and only yours, John. You not only took him from his family, but you took him from his friends, the community, and online, ones that loved him dearly. So when you decided to buy your gun and use it to recklessly kill Timothy, you didn't have any regard for human life, and you didn't care about the people around you put in danger. You chose to bring a gun to a bar knowing that when you drink alcohol, it changes your state of mind, of judgment and reasoning when using a firearm. Do you know what it is like to go to a funeral home and see your son lying on a gurney, John? Do you? Deceased, do you, John? I don't think that you have any idea, John, what it's like. It is the most terrifying and hard to go through as a mother, a father, a sister, a brother, an uncle, a nephew, and friends. You destroyed your life for making the wrong decision when you chose to go to a club to party and get intoxicated and not thinking what the consequences would be for using your gun recklessly for the horrendous act of gun violence under the influence of alcohol. So in doing so, you deserve to spend most of your miserable life in prison so you can think about it day in and day out for your actions. But you're going to suffer much more than my son did for your barbaric execution style murder of my son. When my son died, my son was met by an angel. He is in heaven now with Jesus. He had eternal life. He was a born again Christian, by the way, John. My son was saved by Jesus Christ, the one that died for our sins. And this is the only one that can forgive sin. Timothy was considered a righteous man in God's eyes. You did not win over him in this life or in the next life. Timothy has endless joy and happiness in the arms of God. You committed one of the highest sins in the sight of God. This is how to change the hearts of men. In Psalms 51:10, create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. In Acts, and God who knows the heart bore witness to them by giving them the Holy Spirit, just as he did to us. And he made no distinction between us and them, having cleansed their hearts by faith.
X is 10 in Romans.
In Romans 6:23, for the wages of sin is death, but the free gift of God is eternal life in Christ Jesus our Lord. The only way to have that sin forgiven is through Jesus Christ. You must be born again of the Spirit to have your sins forgiven. You have two choices: to accept him as your Lord and Savior, or if you can't open your heart to Jesus Christ, the one that forgives sin, then your sin will not be forgiven. Your sin will you will have to answer for it on the white throne judgment day. That's all you have for choices. It looks like you have to think about that a lot, but don't take too long, John. John, I forgive you for what you have done. I love you, John, and I love your family. I am not angry at you for killing my son. You will not consume my life with hate and unforgiveness. So it says in Matthew 6:14 through 15, for if you forgive others their trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you do not forgive others their trespasses, neither will your Father forgive your trespasses. In Romans 12:19, dear friends, never take revenge. Leave that to the righteous anger of God. For the scriptures say, I will take revenge. I will pay them back, says the Lord. Instead, if your enemies are hungry, feed them. If they are thirsty, give them something to drink. In doing this, you will heap hurling coals of shame on their heads. Don't let evil conquer you, but conquer evil by doing good. I'm done.
Oh, Lord.
Next is Michelle Poulion. This is Timmy's mother.
No, it's the mother.
I mean, it's tragic to lose a child, but
Yeah.
this wasn't what you said it was, sir.
Don't mind my voice. I just get over a cold. Sorry. First of all, I want to thank the court for your time in hearing this case. And I want to thank the prosecution team, Amy, Scott, and Rachel, for the amazing work they did on convicting a murderer and help putting him away. I waited all this time to look you in the eyes and ask you why. Why 8 times?
Because
4 times my son would have forgave you.
You saw the video too?
He was the most loved, caring person you will ever meet. And even if you guys did have a fight that night, he would have walked right up to you, and the man he is, he would have said, I forgive you. But you didn't. You didn't. You looked at my son as he was suffering, laying there on the ground. You white scum. White man, just white trash.
Oof.
I know I often make light of situations. I know I get blamed for being inappropriate. But standing in a courtroom calling, even though he's a convicted murderer, because again, the jury has spoken, this guy is found guilty. Calling him white trash, white scum. If, let's say, this was a Mexican fella, can you stand in a courtroom and say, Irish can probably tell me some derogatory terms about Mexicans? How is this appropriate? I understand. I totally understand you lost your son. I understand your grief. I understand you're angry. I understand you probably want to take this man's life. But that's for the court to find him guilty and sentence him. But standing there yelling white trash, and again, lady, your born-again Christian son had driven 45 minutes to pick up his felony convicted 40-something-year-old drug-dealing friend. He was probably there to save his soul as well. I believe you. His heart was pure. He just wanted to save a drug dealer. When he told that drug dealer that this big guy was trouble and he swung at him the first time, I believe somewhere in the scriptures there's turn your other cheek. He didn't get to that page. He must have gotten stuck in the Old Testament. That was a little more fire and brimstone. And it seems like you have the same Bible. It's a lot of hatred. And I understand hating someone who kills someone. But again, your son was away from this guy for at least 5 minutes and then went up to him with his 2 buddies and took another swing. I feel sorry for your loss. But this is not how God intended people should treat each other. If you're this righteous person, I'm not religious. I don't judge people's religion and their religious favor. But standing here, draping yourself in the Lord's words, and then 2 seconds later, yelling a racial slur at a guy, I'm pretty sure that God made everyone in his image. Brown, black, yellow, polka dot. Everyone. This is the worst thing I have ever seen in a courtroom. And I have even seen the one who jumped a judge.
By far, white trash. I remember it like it was yesterday. Friday evening, I left work. I came home, and my son and granddaughter were there. My son asked me, Mom, can you watch Air Ballad for a while? And I said, absolutely. I would never turn down my granddaughter. And there was some reason that night, my granddaughter did not want my son to leave. I don't know what it was. He was chill outside the bar, making that people. Maybe that's what you lacked, was discipline. And to see 4 12-year-old boys look me in the face and crying their hearts out and saying, it's not going to be the same without Timothy. John, out of this whole trial, you haven't shown one bit of emotion or feeling bad for what you did.
I'm sorry, Jimmy, I can't do it. The hypocrisy is too thick. I want to go to see someone I hate just as much, but who won't make my blood boil as much. I'm sorry, people, if you want.
Hearing for Caleb Montgomery, number 92912. Present today is Chairman Roger Phillips of the New Hampshire Adult Parole Board.
This
Also
is
present
just
here
as
for board
disgusting.
members Forrest and Tricia Thompson. Let the record reflect also on attendance here.
Yeah, but everyone hates her, so
Representing Victim Services is Lauren Avery, and representing Victim Services from Attorney General's Office is Amy Van Hawken. This is hearing number 1.
And we'll begin our questioning with board member Dr. Horace Enriquez.
Okay.
we will go back and see his sentencing.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just want to see what happens.
Yeah.
You were here under the charge of perjury and making false statements.
Yes.
And we'll come to the details of that in a moment. But why might it be important to tell the truth?
Because being honest is the best thing to do. Because if you're not, other actions happen, and being able to tell the truth takes a lot of weight off of you, and it's better to tell the truth and be honest so that everything else can come to light.
Did you just shush me?
No, I was going to go.
Not telling the truth to the grand jury investigation. What do you think happened?
What didn't happen was.
No, this is Kayla Montgomery, the one who sat right next to Adam when he unalived his daughter and lied about it for 3 years until she got a plea deal after she got caught with 2 felonies and all of a sudden remembered all of it. And now she's up for parole. She's going to be out in 2 months.
Isn't that great?
I didn't tell the truth about where I was during that time, and not being able to cooperate with the detectives. I got all caught up in the situation, and if I just was honest from the beginning, they could have done their job sooner.
Like, she didn't just think of all these things
find
to say.
Harmony and know what happened to her, and
she has a mustache.
So what did you actually tell the jury that was untrue?
That I got dropped off at my work, which was Dunkin' Donuts, and at 6 a.m. and Adam brought Harmony to meet her mother.
I couldn't stand the parents' hypocrisy standing there telling how John barbarically executed their son and how he was a born-again Christian and John was a white trash. if anyone wants to go over that and listen to it, you can go to this one. But I thought it was a little. Oh, that's just day one. Sorry, I don't have a playlist for it. But you could go over and watch it on YouTube. But people standing there and calling other people white trash when their son clearly was an antagonizer I couldn't stand it.
And when he came back to pick me up at 2 p.m., she was not in the car. And that was the lie.
I guess the comes to the question was, so Harmony was your stepdaughter, correct?
Yes.
Was she part of your family?
Yes.
So how were you protecting your family by telling us how to lie?
I didn't protect them at all.
Because that's what, your personal statement talks about that is that you were, the justification for lying was that you were protecting your family.
Yeah.
What were you protecting them from?
From losing our other children, from our family falling apart, even though it was falling apart. And
she's garbage.
Not
Yeah.
I'll
being
call her
held
garbage all
accountable
day
for the actions that happen.
Well, she said she had a parole meeting coming up.
So
this is from
you were
yesterday, I believe.
sort of acknowledging the fact that you
Yes.
did lie,
Yes.
correct? So how have you learned how to tell the truth? What tools have you learned?
Oh my God, the stupidest questions.
But the tools that I've learned is understanding situations and being able to deal with them and not hide anything, and ask for help and let people know when something's wrong or it's not, or something doesn't feel right. And being able to just understand situations and know that it's the best to say what's on your mind and say what you know and just be honest and talk about what you're going through, or if there's anything wrong, just be honest about it.
You've taken a number of sort of Department of Corrections courses here, journaling and Choose Love, I saw that.
Yes.
You spent a lot of time with the Family Connection Center,
Yes.
did the Focus program.
I'm still currently in it.
And what band are you?
Black.
And how do you think you'll graduate?
Between the end of this month and beginning of next month.
So next 3-4 weeks.
Yeah.
You had a couple hiccups getting through the Focus program. What was that about?
Because I was cheeking my medication. So I got, they took me out of the program and I had to wait.
She was cheeking her medication.
Yep.
Honey, you got a effing sweetheart deal by lying about what happened in that car. And you don't even have enough brains to not cheek your medication because you want to save more so you can get high or sell it to someone. Yeah. She's going to get a plea, get a parole. Spoiler.
Yeah, she's a piece of work.
She's a piece of filth.
Garbage.
To get back in.
Garbage.
Did you have to do anything to get back in, or just?
No, you just wait until they put you in again.
Is cheating of falsification is a line?
Yes,
So why would you do that?
because I wasn't in the right headspace at the time.
Yeah, she's going right out to the streets.
Tell me about, so where are you in your addiction care right now?
I am on the MAT program with Suboxone, and having the tools that I am actually taking seriously and working on myself with the focus program is
So
a big part.
give me a tool that you're using fairly routinely now.
If you're still on Suboxone, like
Instead
this
of,
isn't a forever
I'm
thing.
being
You have to
honest,
get off
I'm not
of it.
lying. And distorted thinking, which you end up changing
3 years
your
and
thoughts.
2 years in prison.
Yeah, you don't, shouldn't be on it that long. It's not meant for that.
I could lie to you and say things, but I'm not. I am nervous right now and anxious.
I understand that for sure.
Yeah, so I'm like trying my best to concentrate and not.
Well, the only people you have to talk to are the three of us, okay? So you've got these tools working on yourself. What's your home plan?
That I am working with my case manager on. We're looking for sober living. I'm looking for any sober living housing, but one that I would feel safe and know that I'm safe.
So you need to, as you know, finish the focus program.
Yes.
Have a home plan to be released.
Yes.
Now, I want to come back a little bit to, you had a tough time in the system, a lot of disciplinaries.
Yeah.
You had a lot of work-offs.
Yes.
Have you finished those hours?
Yes.
And the good news is you've had no disciplinary since July, roughly.
Yes.
Starting to pay attention to things.
Yeah.
Sorry, just have all these little notes here. So tell me about you. You have 4 other children, correct?
Yes.
And what's happening with them?
My oldest son lives with his father and stepmother and brothers. My 3 youngest, which are also my husband, ex-husband's children, they are living with my mother. They've been with her for the past almost 2.5 years. And I ended up losing my rights to them because of my crime that I am connected to. The affidavit got out, and I believe that they used it against me, which I understand.
I don't know what you're talking about here.
For my kids. So I ended up losing my kids. I lost the rights to my kids.
Right.
And the affidavit that got out about Harmony,
that got out.
What it was saying and details that it was saying, I feel and believe that the CASA and the judge in that case, I believe that they were using the affidavit against me.
Why wouldn't they? You idiot.
Hey.
Sorry.
Hey, stupid. Can I punch you in the forehead? You sat next to your husband when he unalived his daughter. You did nothing. You
He
threw.
watched. Yep. Sorry.
You threw food at your kids instead of feeding them. You would rather have your pipe than you would have your kids. And the judge used it against you? Oh, poor honey bunny.
Poor honey bunny. The affidavit was used against take your kids away.
Yeah,
Should
with
have
the
been
crime I'm
used a long time
connected
ago.
to.
Yeah.
And remember, she's not even 40. She can have a couple more with the next one. Well, it's Friday. We have we can let it loose.
And I would like one. Thank you very much. Sounds delicious.
I have this.
A Yankee bar.
Yeah, and these people, they just pop them out like they pop pills. Yeah, but spoiler alert, she's gonna get parole because they needed her to get at him. Oh.
Verdict is announced. I do not want to hear a sound in this courtroom. Does everyone understand
Oh,
that?
Jesus,
Verdict.
already?
All right,
So much going on today.
Well, I can get to my party. It's my party and I'm drink if I want to, drink if I want to. You would drink too if you watched these trap cases today.
Was this their first week?
Oh boy.
What do we think, Jamie?
I mean, I know what I think.
Yeah, I asked you. Hopefully you know.
I think they're gonna.
Yeah, under 2 hours. So 46% of you know.
Go ahead and mute it.
I can't find it now. Verdict. He said, I won't hear anything from the courtroom. So it's a verdict. Guilty on all counts. Sorry, Julie. But you did get an iron brew. Is it not? No, it's not under an hour. They went out at noon, so just around 2 hours. No, they went out at 12:30.
I'm going to ask that nobody be on the front row right next to the jury, please.
Well, I'm having a pineapple energy drink. Thinking of you, little D. Yeah, let's say they ate lunch for 30 minutes, had a smoke, then they probably read something, and they signed the papers. That's maybe 10, 15 minutes, so 45 minutes on verdict. Yeah, Peter. That's I just did the math. 45 minutes to an hour is probably the entire time they spend in the room. She's as guilty as Iris on Sunday morning. Iris is in church on Sunday mornings. Maybe she's in shock. I don't know. Shrimp cheese could be good for lunch. She was out on a $500,000 bail. Chose to smoke weed, so has been under house arrest.
All rise for the jury.
Yeah, welcome, Jules, to live. I tweet this. Jules got the X notification. What is the country? It's Knoxville.
Everyone may have a seat. Waive the call for the state or the defense. If you could pass the verdict form up here, please, Mr. Morgan. Mr. Martz, I understand you are the foreperson of this jury. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I understand the jury has reached a unanimous verdict as to each of the counts contained within this indictment. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If you would stand, please, sir. Ms. Howington, if you would stand and face the jury. Mr. Martz, as to the first count of this indictment charging first-degree felony murder, has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, we have.
And that verdict is what, please?
The jury find the defendant Robin Rebecca Howington guilty of reckless homicide.
As to the second count alleging aggravated child neglect, has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, sir.
And that verdict is what, please?
We, the jury, find the defendant Robin Rebecca Howington guilty of aggravated child neglect.
As to the third count alleging aggravated child neglect, has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, sir.
That verdict is what, please?
We, the jury, find the defendant Robin Rebecca Howington guilty of aggravated child neglect.
As to the fourth count alleging initiating or filing a false report to law enforcement, has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, sir.
That verdict is what, please?
We, the jury, find the defendant Robin Rebecca Howington guilty of initiating a false report to a law enforcement officer.
As to the fifth count alleging tampering with evidence, has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, sir.
That verdict is what, please?
We, the jury, find the defendant Robin Rebecca Howington guilty of tampering with evidence.
And as to the sixth count alleging attempted tampering with evidence, has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, sir.
And that verdict is what, please?
We, the jury, find the defendant Robin Rebecca Howington guilty of attempted tampering with evidence.
If that is your verdict, if you would signify by raising your right hand, please. Let the record reflect all 12 hands are raised as either side wish for the court to poll this jury. All right, Ms. Howington, you may have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your hard work. You have concluded week one of your jury service. I wish I could tell you that you're done, but you're not. You've still got one more week of service. I know that we've got another case to start in here on Monday, so I'm sure I'm going to see a lot of you back on Monday morning when we're picking another jury. Have a very good weekend. Thank you very much for your service, and I'll see you on Monday. All rise for the jury.
Yes, live. Well, it was all, not nothing. So, well, Rassler, just for you. You're a little bit special, so we'll go back.
It's a reckless homicide, though.
It's a reckless homicide. That's murder one, yes. Well, it's defined as murder, as a felony murder because of the aggravated child neglect. Monday, I will be seeing if they had the hearing with the treehouse guy.
All rise for the jury.
Tuesday can read. Oh, some of the other witnesses. Oh, potential jurors.
Yep.
Yes. If you could pass the verdict form up here, please, Mr. Moore.
Yeah, she would have had a maximum of 30 years if she said it was an accident.
Jury has reached a unanimous verdict as to each of the counts contained within this indictment. Is that correct?
Yes.
If you would stand, please, sir. Ms. Howington, if you would stand and face the jury. Mr. Martz, as to the first count of this indictment charging first-degree felony murder, has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, we have.
And that verdict is what, please?
The jury, we, the jury, find the defendant Robin Rebecca Howington guilty of reckless homicide.
As to the second count alleging aggravated child neglect, has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, sir.
And that verdict is what, please?
We, the jury, find the defendant Robin Rebecca Howington guilty of aggravated child neglect.
As to the third count alleging aggravated child neglect, has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, sir.
That verdict is what, please?
We, the jury, find the defendant Robin Rebecca Howington guilty of aggravated child neglect.
As to the fourth count alleging initiating or filing a false report to law enforcement, has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, sir.
That verdict is what, please?
We, the jury, find the defendant Robin Rebecca Howington guilty of initiating a false report to a law enforcement officer.
As to the fifth count alleging tampering with evidence, has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, sir.
That verdict is what, please?
We, the jury, found the defendant Robin Rebecca Howington guilty of tampering with evidence.
And as to the sixth count alleging attempted tampering with evidence, has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, sir.
And that verdict is what, please?
We, the jury, found the defendant Robin Rebecca Howington guilty of attempted tampering with evidence.
If that is your verdict, if you would signify by raising your right hand, please. Let the record reflect all 12 hands are raised as either side wish for the court to poll this jury. All right, Ms. Howington, you may have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your hard work. You have concluded week one of your jury service. I wish I could tell you that you're done, but you're not. You've still got one more week of service. I know that we've got another case to start in here on Monday, so I'm sure I'm going to see a lot of you back on Monday morning when we're picking another jury. Have a very good weekend. Thank you very much for your service, and I'll see you on Monday.
Yeah,
All right.
Sounds like they have to do more than like 2, or they do like 2 weeks or something,
Yeah.
which is crazy.
Yeah. Well, apparently they have 2 weeks slotted off, and they can get any cases that comes on the board for those two weeks.
All right, everyone may have a seat. Ms. Howington, based upon the jury's verdict of guilt, finding you guilty in count 1 of reckless homicide, as well as counts 2 and 3 of aggravated child neglect, count 4 filing a false police report, count 5 tampering with evidence, and count 6 attempted tampering with evidence. The court revokes your bond. You're ordered into custody. When do we need to set this for sentencing? What's 45 days? April 22nd. What day of the week is that? That preceding Friday would be what, the 19th? Does Friday, April the 19th work for everyone for sentencing?
Yes.
Very good, General.
Full slate.
Ms. Howington, I will see you on April the 19th. The court will conduct a sentencing hearing at that time. In the interim, a pre-sentence investigation report will be prepared. Probation will be interviewing you if you wish to have your attorney present with you. When that interview is conducted, you have a right to do so. I'll see you on April the 19th.
Had she just said it was an accident, I dropped it. It went off. It's a maximum of 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say she said it was an accident. It went off. They would have said, yeah, that's too bad. Yeah, you lost your child. We feel sorry for you. Would she have ever served 10 years? I don't think so.
No.
Well, again, we don't know how people react.
Yeah.
But yeah, she wouldn't have had anywhere near this time. All of this to protect her son. Now she's going to go to prison for life. I don't know, Jamie. Do you know that saying, play stupid games, win stupid prizes?
I don't know that game.
Well, it's a saying.
But it doesn't sound fun.
No. Oh. Well, we're just about to end, but I hope you'll have a great weekend at home before I go. And I hope you'll feel better. This is what happens when and her son will still grow up and know her mom tried to place the blame on him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is true. You jerk.
Yeah, it's an aggravated it's enhancer to the reckless homicide when it's a kid or if it's an old person. It's an aggravation that lifts it from second degree to first degree, which is weird. Yes, we were watching it, John Gary, and when those holier than thou people were standing and yelling white trash at John after I watched that trial and saw what their son did, I kind of lost it. I just saw his baby mama in her low-cut jeans and her, what do you call it when you have the stomach free
Muffin top?
t-shirt? Yeah, tube top. What is it when it's her belly wasn't covered?
Oh, Like crop top, you mean?
Yeah, like a crop top. Yeah. She was
I
standing
thought
there.
you had her belly sticking out like a muffin top.
No. So I didn't watch it. I got so mad. I'm sorry. Well, we are happy to see you, Mom of 10. And look, Farrell, she's not a quitter. She went all the way to 10. But do you know what that means, Jamie?
What?
It's Friday night. It's 8:30. I had a party I should have been in 2 hours ago.
Oh.
So, yeah, you could see her midriff. Thank you. Crop top, yes. I saw the bare midriff baby mama, though. Yeah, the lady who missed him so much, the guy who was out with his drug felon friend and punching people in the face after hitting on girls. I'm sure that poor boy did nothing wrong. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, go meet up with Mo and drop a few off. She'll not notice if there's more there. Well, we will do whatever we can to make you the week go faster, by a little faster. We have a hearing on Monday and Tuesday. The Tyrone Tucker from the Treehouse case and the Karen Reed are the ones. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., we will have the wonderful, fantastic Rossman Ralph joining us for Statue Day. We should try and have Farrell on for that. One of those. No, Farrell sleeps when I stream. But we will have Rossman Ralph herself on tomorrow. I'll be hungover and just sleeping, so the ladies will be running the show. But that's Statue Day. Statue Day is our normal mix of nothingness, fun, jokes, a little, well, you know what I mean? Sauciness, maybe?
Saucy.
Yeah,
Get
saucy.
saucy.
Well, I hope the party is full of swingers. So, do you have a hot date? No, I don't. I don't date. I'm a single virgin.
Oh my lord.
Well, I don't date.
Whatever helps you sleep at night.
Every day. I'm not going to a key party. I'm going to a reunion type of party. People I want to together.
Oh, I love how mad you're getting. It's not a key party, guys.
Why are you mad? Why are you so mad?
Why are you so mad?
Yeah.
That's funny.
That was so inappropriate. But then that he allowed the mom to stand there and yell white trash at a guy. You sit there, white guy. Timmy, the poor little Timmy who punched him in the face, he was white as well. Effing. I will stay away from the tequila. I will be looking for a little bit of the whiskey. Just because Julie has been with me all week and her Scottishness has rubbed off on me. She ruined all of my accents. So that they all sound Scottish now. It's a Swasia party. I will be in my pink top. A lemon party? I don't know what that is.
I don't know what to tell you.
Well, little D, you know, you're first on my dance card. I'll bring my gimbal and live stream everything so people can see how we party. And it's going to be so boring to begin with because it's just some people who I haven't seen in 10 years sitting there saying, oh, so what do you do now? Yeah, I got 6 more kids. I'm just going to finish my education any day now. Okay, can I just get another beer?
What are you gonna tell them?
So, what are you going to do? I'm just going to tell them that I run an international smuggle ring of beautiful ladies, and Danielle is my first victim. I can only say it's short and sequenced. No, we had a verdict. She was guilty on all counts. You are a little too late every day, Ariel. You should follow me on Twitter. Guilty
Aw.
on every one.
Ariel's been busy.
Ariel is busy. Yeah.
She always pops in, misses everything.
Yeah. Yeah. It's every time we're, oh, hi, how are you doing? Oh, we're just about to say goodbye, Ariel. Okay.
Okay, bye.
We love you, Ariel. Did you know Ariel is the name of the Little Mermaid, Jamie?
Mm-hmm.
Did you know the Little Mermaid is written by a guy who lived 43 kilometers from my house?
Oh.
Do you know
I
who
don't
wrote?
have any knowledge of the Little Mermaid like that, so you could be right. That's
Do you
awesome.
know who wrote the Little Mermaid? It wasn't Disney.
Well, yeah, I doubt that.
It was Hans Christian Andersen. Or as we call him here, Hans Christian. Yeah, he lived 43 kilometers northwest of where I live. Well,
Isn't
Katie
that
Montgomery
fun?
has to wait because I'm getting drunk before I go on with the expert tonight. The expert has a 2 or 3 year anniversary for his Friday Night Live tonight. The best place to hang out on a Friday night. It's 9 a.m. No, p.m. Yeah, 9 p.m. tonight on the Experts channel. It's gonna be great. It is, Maja. Og tak fordi du kiggede forbi i dag. She's Danish.
I don't know.
She is Danish. She just said, Fyn er fin. That's the island I live on. She said it's a nice place. Fyn er fin is,
Oh.
Fyn is a nice place in Danish, Jamie. Yeah, that's the biggest disappointment we have in Denmark. That Little Mermaid figure. Everyone goes out there to take a photo of it, and it's about the same size as the doll we saw in court yesterday. No, I talk in Danish. Check chat, Jamie. The sneezing was so loud and several times throughout the day. What? I couldn't stand watching it because they start calling him white trash and said their son was like Jesus. So I couldn't stand it. Yeah, on pictures it looks big, but just ask all the Japanese people out there. I don't know why I did this. Taking photographs, you don't do it like that. I'm a little rattled. I've been going for 5 hours, almost 6, and I didn't get more sleep tonight, so I'm going to be so drunk tonight. But before I go, you can also go over to Nicholas. He's having he has a fundraiser stream for What the Hell's thingy. He invited me, but I'm going to go out drinking, so I can't join it. But I know the expert will be there. Maybe Dave. I don't know. It's going to be great. Almost as great as meeting Rossman Ralph tomorrow. Well, mannequin piss is a national symbol for Belgium. Mannequin piss is a mannequin who pees in Belgium, Jamie.
Mannequin. Jeez, oh Pete.
Yeah, it's a little boy who pees.
Why? Like a mannequin?
No, that's his name. That's a
Oh.
Dutch and Belgian name, mannequin. But his name is Mannequin P. And the statue of him is him peeing. Talking about peeing. Hey, Val, how are you doing?
Stop doing that. Scares the bejesus out of me.
Yeah, it's a fountain. And Fedorowski, they have an angry baby. Oh, you read an article about Valhalla today. Hey, Talking Trash and Truth viewers, we're just about to slow. Oh, I should find somewhere to redirect you because I'm getting hammered today. So, well, I'm not sure I'm getting hammered. Hopefully I am. If he's nice. I shouldn't say stuff like that, Jamie. Do you know that? Jamie isn't here. She left me. Left me all alone. Yeah, he is like a cherub. Hey, reality, how are you? And T-Rex coming back. Yeah, we're just about to shut down because I have to go to a reunion at a school I went to. I don't know why I went to school. I say stupid stuff. The jury was out. We did like a baseline math. If they had half an hour of lunch and let's say 15 to 20 minutes to read and fill out the papers, roughly 45 minutes. Winning reality. Yeah, Destiny hopefully got justice with this one. Oh my. That sounds like Valhalla. But all y'all, it's Friday night. Get ready because in a couple of hours you're going to join Nick, and after that you're going to join the expert. Maybe after that, maybe on that, I will be on, and Aaron is back just as I have to go. And Pink Tutu, yeah. But Jamie, we'll be back tomorrow for Stab Your Day. Jamie might be in Discord's voice chat. Ralph has to make a voice check to see if her audio works. Why did I say works? Like I'm German.
No, you're German?
I'm not German.
Yes,
I have
you
a Polish ancestry. But everyone, hit the like button on the way out, and I'll hit talking about what we should hit. I should hype myself up for going out. Maybe things will go wrong, and I need to be in a fighting mood like someone else.
Gentlemen, if you want to step in the squared circle with Valhalla awaits, you better bring everything you got, woman. I swear on everything, there will be no mercy. I will punish thee.
See you all tomorrow. Have fun.
Boy.
I apologize.
Oh boy.
What exhibit are you referring to? I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. 100. Because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you see the lawyer's face? Okay, we have to go back and they.
Widower case.
Did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
Wait a minute, I need this story time.
Everybody has.
Everybody has.
Everyone has slept with his mother.
If I showed you.
Oh my God.
I'm having a Jamie moment. And the way he just said it, he was just like, everyone did. Things on YouTube.
Mr. Randolph, do you?
I got nothing against the man. You don't know.
Called him chicken shit.
That's right, you was chicken shit.
I can't take this.